you in conversation and educational information in regards to that topic of AI, which we've been hearing every day throughout the past. Well, even when I moved here 5 years ago, AI was a pretty popular topic, but I think now it's really come more into fruition and people realize the significance and the impact it's going to have on everything that we do moving forward. But it's here, and thank you for being here. How's everybody doing out there? Okay, that was not bad for a first time, but how's everybody doing? Okay, that's better, that's better. We want to get some energy going here. Well, it's my privilege to start out by introducing someone who, very well known within our TiE community here because, well, this individual actually founded our TiE SoCal chapter, and I'm looking around for, there he is, founded our chapter over 25 years ago, and for that we're extremely grateful because of his vision to start our chapter here. Navneet Chu is the managing partner. Oh, the slides, I guess. I get talking and I didn't realize I have to move forward here. There we go. So Navneet Chu is the managing partner of Chu LLP with a staff of 650 employees with 215 attorneys and CPAs in the US and India. He's an attorney at law, a certified public accountant, and holds an MBA. In 1995, he founded the South Asian Bar Association of Southern California. In 1997, he founded this chapter, TiE SoCal. In 2003, he was the founder president of the North American South Asian Bar Association, a nationwide body representing 10,000 South Asian lawyers in the US and Canada. He is or has been on the boards of, this is a long list, American India Foundation, Asia Society of Southern California, India Community Center, Pratham USA, the Sikh Center of OC, Habib American Bank. The list kind of goes on. But it's my pleasure to introduce you to Navneet Chu.
Thank you, Jerry. I guess this is a new age that you can look at me straight or you can look at the screen. So how's everyone doing? So Friday afternoon, don't you guys have any work? What's going to happen to the GDP of United States if you guys keep attending conferences? So I want to hear about the best excuse anybody gave to their supervisor. Most of you don't have a supervisor, but I want to hear some good excuse. So what did you tell your supervisor where you're going? Gunjan, what did you tell your wife? Oh, okay, you're the chauffeur. Oh, she's here. She's here. Okay, you're the wrong person to ask. Forget about you. Any other great excuses to your boss? Do you guys have a boss? No, right? After COVID, nobody has a boss. Thanks to China. So much good has come out of COVID. It's just amazing. Right. It's like TiEcon. We can do it Friday afternoon. What's the big deal? Work. What work? We can work anywhere, from anywhere. So, Venkat, what did you tell your wife where you're going? For a month? Okay, you're joining her. Okay. No, I was trying to see what excuse did you tell your supervisor and what excuse did you tell your spouse and see if it matches, is what I was trying to get to. Yes, ma'am. Okay, but you got a nice sandwich, right? Yeah. That's a start. Well, September 16, 1997, we sat in this room and we started TiE We were the second chapter. Now there are 60 around the world. TiE started in Bay Area in 1993. And now we're in almost every big city around the world. And the big cities around the world we are not in, we will be in shortly. That's the goal. The big goal of TiE, which we failed at, and we're a startup even though we're 25 years old. The big goal we failed at, which we will work on, is that we wanted to connect the 100,000 movers and shakers, South Asians around the world. And South Asians, in this global world and interconnected world, South Asian doesn't mean just South Asian. We'll start with South Asians, but everybody is welcome. The 193 countries in the planet, uh, since internet and telecommunication becoming cheap, the amount of trade between the 193 countries is going to increase and has increased dramatically, and it'll help with world problems. And India is a huge story. I don't need for me to tell you what a great story India is. We were the richest country in the planet from year 1 to 1750, and then the decline started from 1750. We were 25% of the world GDP and 25% of the world population from year 1 to 1750. Then by 1991, we were 2.5% of the world GDP, and 90% drop in 241 years. So if you ask me what's the purpose of TiE, and why has God sent us South Asians to United States? The purpose of TiE is very simple. We want this world to be a fair place. For the world to be a fair place, all God has to do, that she has to look at the population of every country, and the world GDP is 100 trillion today, and distribute the world GDP per country based on the percentage of population. India deserves 17% of the world GDP. That's 17 trillion. We have 5 with 12 trillion a year behind. And if you think God is fair, then we just need to send a message to God that $1 trillion per month is being stolen away from India every year. So the purpose of TiE, the climb back up has started. We were 2.5% of the world GDP in 91. We are now close to 5. And the climb back up has started, but the sole purpose, the underlying purpose of TiE is that we want to hasten the climb back up. The downward trend lasted 241 years. The climb back up should not last 241 years. So that's why we are all here. If you're wondering what your purpose in life is, now you got one. If you didn't have one, and you say to yourself, no, I came to United States to watch movies and go to the beach and ski and have fun, and what is all this purpose? Then I have shocking news for you. Tomorrow morning when you get up and are getting ready and you look in the mirror, you will see brown skin, okay? And the reason you have brown skin is because God chose you from India. There's 1.4 billion people in India, 4.5 million in United States, Indians, 5 million, 6 million South Asians. You're the chosen one, remember? And so that's your purpose in life. And if you think it's not, look at your face in the mirror, and then you will know. I'm sure you didn't come here to listen to all this. You came here to listen to Surya from Cognizant, one of the best companies in the planet. So please participate, please join TiE, please become a member. And I remember 24 years ago, one of you, I don't know if that person's in the room right now, came to me and said, Navneet, I'm not getting anything from TiE. And I've been a member for 1 year. And I'm like, oh, okay. So this is not how life works, that you don't show up somewhere and say, hey, TiE, do me, right? So I told him, I said, listen, you can help us get members. You can help us get speakers. You can go pick up the speakers from the airport the third Wednesday of every month. and you can drop them back. You can have the speaker stay at your house. You can raise money for us. You can host our monthly events. You can do our TiEcon uh, and invite hundreds of speakers. And you can host a charter member event. And there's endless stuff to do. And if you do it, then the universe gives you 10x back. And not that I just became a member. So please join, please participate. There's a huge purpose, and it's not visible to you right now. But through TiE, any problem anywhere in the world, we have members in that country, in that city, and we'll find solutions for you. So we're part of a big universe, a big ecosystem. Let's join TiE and join this bigger group we have around the world. And my promise to you, that whatever you do for TiE, the universe will give you 10x more in return. Thank you so much for joining. And by the way, a special shout out to Anshuman and Ashish. Anshuman's the past president, Ashish the current president, and our new incoming president, Gaurav. Gaurav, you have so much work to do and such big shoes to fill. I feel sorry for you. Uh, uh, thank you again. Thank you very much. I was told by a guru many years ago that you don't leave the stage alone. Stay on the stage till the new speaker comes. So sorry, I have a bad habit.
That's all right. That's a good habit. Thank you, Navneet.
Picture with Jerry? Jerry, you're South Asian now, right?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. I've been told that I've kind of been an adopted member now for a while. Thank you, Navneet. And now, without any further ado, I would like to introduce our current president, Ashish Sabu, to the stage.
Good afternoon. How is everybody doing? Wow. Great, full room. It's very hard to come after Navneet. I mean, I don't have that sense of humor and definitely not that much experience in TiE. But I do get inspired from Navneet and what he has done for the community and especially for TiE here in last 25 years. So a big round of applause for Navneet once again. Navneet briefly spoke about TiE. I am going to give you the same Kool-Aid a little bit more, but I know we have speakers who are waiting in the wings, and I think you all came to listen to them, so I'll keep it short. But TiE is the Indus Entrepreneurs. We are world's largest organization focused on fostering entrepreneurship, and I see a lot of young budding entrepreneurs here. In fact, a big round of applause for over 10 universities being represented today. I mean, all the students and faculty from, can you raise your hand? I just want to see. I mean, I see so many of them. I counted at least 10 universities represented, so that's great. I mean, that's what the future is about, and future is now, as Jerry said. So thank you, and I hope we can help you in this journey of yours. TiE is all about that. I'm going to briefly talk about some of the programs we also do in TiE, particularly related to students. But yeah, just a little background about TiE. In 2021, KPMG did a study of what TiE is doing and how TiE is impacting the world, and some astonishing numbers out there, you know. Wealth creation of over 1 trillion. So Navneet, you're 1/12 of the year. For India, we are doing it. TiE is actually doing it. Employment generation, you know, amount of investment they have done directly in startups, in businesses, things like that, tremendous, and 25,000 plus startups mentored. So TiE is trying to make a difference, and a lot of you are first timers to TiE, so I would really encourage you to go outside on the tables we have for TiE membership, talk to our people and see how you can come back to TiE or come to TiE and contribute towards this mission of fostering entrepreneurship. Over the years, we have had great speakers, industry leaders come to TiE. Bill Gates was there in TGS in 2020, which is our TiE Global Summit. Generally, 4,000 to 5,000 people from all around world meet there and discuss everything about business. I just came from Singapore, and that's where Vinod Khosla was one of the keynote speaker in our recent TiE Global Summit. Together with Singapore FinTech Festival, we had over 10,000 attendees there. So TiE is really making difference. And between all these chapters, there is an event happening every single day in TiE. So once you get into TiE, you are literally tied up. You can be in so many networks. So it really depends on how much you want to get involved, but really encourage you to explore. A brief about some of the major programs. We have a program called TiE, TiE Young Entrepreneurs. So we start early in high school and help high schoolers build their business plan. And it works in tandem with all other chapters and culminates in a worldwide final competition with actual cash prizes and a lot of mentorship and guidance. And a lot of students out of TiE have gone on to become successful entrepreneurs. So that is one of the programs we do. Next up is the TiE University. A lot of you are university students and some faculty here as well. I would love to have a dialogue with you on how we can integrate you in our TiE University program. Again, it's a free program, worldwide program with mentorship and programming each month coinciding with your academic year, culminating in a worldwide competition of 100,000 in cash prizes and grants. And then a lot of those businesses are able to approach our angel fund and our angel network for more funding as well. TiE Women, self-explanatory again. We put our money where our mouth is, so we are trying to promote women-owned businesses, and we have a separate program for women-owned companies. Another startup competition. I think in Singapore we had, Jerry, we had how many? 46 chapter participate, and from 1,000 startups, the funnel, we ended up with about 20 finalists, and then found 3 finalists, and they actually got on-the-spot funding of about $250,000. So there is some real money here. We are talking about really putting, not only mentorship but actual funds to foster entrepreneurship. Just a brief testimonial. Underrepresented entrepreneurs also we are doing for other minorities. We are here ourselves, but we feel there is a need to promote other minorities as well. So that is our TiE Access program. And then the capstone of everything, I think, is our TiE Angels program, where we are actively investing in startups by combining resources, by syndicating deals all across our TiE network. And in just last 1 year alone, we have invested close to $25 million, and ACA put us in the list of top 25 angel groups. We can break top 20 this year and so on, because we are just starting. We are just getting all these chapters together to start co-investing. TiE SoCal, as Navneet said, we are about 25, 26 years old chapter now, one of the biggest chapters in this vibrant community. I will just skip over some of these slides. The programs, we basically follow the programming from what the TiE Global is giving us, but we put a lot of our own social angle to it. So we have events almost 60 events, between the pitching event or mixer event, knowledge series, TiE Global, TiE Investor Summit, so on and so forth. So again, get involved. There is a lot to share, lot to contribute. Couple of slides about our fund. This is last year right here, SoCal. We do another big event yearly, which is the Investor Summit, which is just focused all day on investor, looking at startups, live pitching, on the spot decisions about investments. It happened in April this year, and hopefully next year in March or April timeframe again. Last thing, visit the TiE table outside. Get involved. There is so much to do.
No, it's not.
TiE cannot do this without support of our leaders. Navneet is here. I think Ash and Shankar Ram are not here today. My sincere thanks to all of them for helping us with this journey. The awesome board we have for TiE SoCal. Folks, please, can we acknowledge the board there? Yeah. And last but not the least, this event cannot be put together by a couple of people. This is the awesome TiEcon team. So just a round of applause for everybody. A lot of them are not doing this too. They are managing things outside. That's the power of TiE, how we are able to bring people together and put together some of these big events. Finally, of course, we need money. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Now, being one of them, SoCal, we have a lot of our sponsors with booths in the other room. I highly encourage you all to please visit their booth. There are two reasons to that. Help our sponsors also get entered into a raffle. Everybody is raffling really nice prizes. It's Christmas time. Hopefully you go home with some nice prizes. So put your business card in their fishbowl and let's enjoy. Now to the real fun. We are already through the registration. Next up is going to be the keynote on generative AI from Surya. I won't read all the agenda, you have already seen it. We'll try to keep it on time, but we have a few minutes in between, so that should help. We are going to finish around 5:40, but we have a full hour of networking and happy hour, so please do stick around, and we are going to have a lot of fun along the way. EVP and President of Cognizant America, Surya. Thank you. I will not go and read your whole bio because it will take another 5 minutes, but I will change the slides for you, and thank you very much for being here. And this is that's the slide. Oh, okay, that's the one. All right. And did you run this off? Thank you. Thank you, Surya.
I'll figure this technology out.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Ashish. Thank you. First of all, thank you, TiE. Thank you, for putting together this amazing event. Those numbers you shared were mind-boggling. I always knew about TiE, but this is my first participation here. A brief introduction about myself. I'm Surya Kumari. I'm currently the president of Cognizant. I joined this great firm, which was a startup 25 years ago. And this is the only company I have worked with, barring for the first 6 months of my career with Tatas. As a 21-year-old, I joined this startup called Cognizant 25 years ago. And it was a very small firm, just born at the confluence of industry and technology as we are getting out of Y2K era into .com era. And it's a funny story. My parents were very concerned because after I graduated from IIT, I joined Tatas for 6 months. Then I told my mom that I'm going to quit Tatas and join Cognizant. They were pretty worried. And they scared the hell out of me, saying that you may not even get married. So they tried every trick in the book, but it didn't work. But I choose to join. I thought, I would get entrepreneurial experience by joining a startup. And 25 years later, we are 350,000 plus employees strong globally, operating in 47 countries. And I am the president of the firm, managing 75% of the business. So when Gaurav mentioned to me that I have to deliver a keynote on generative AI, I was pondering on what do I talk about generative AI. I mean, so much has been said, so much has been written, so much has been spoken. No conversation, whether in a professional setting or a personal setting or a private setting, is complete without uttering the word Gen AI a few times in the discussion. So, but then, I thought, given where we are as a firm and given what we do as Cognizant, I can bring contextualization to the topic. So, what does generative AI mean to each and every one of us? And many of you are from different industries. And what does it mean to each of you in your own industries? And many of you are entrepreneurs. What does it mean to your workforce? And what does it mean to the society? What is the societal impact of generative AI? So today I'm gonna dive deep into those three aspects. What does it mean to each of us and the industries that we operate in. What does it mean to our workforce? How should we think about our workforce in the era of generative AI? And how should we maneuver the societal impact or the impact on the society by generative AI? And as I'm sure all of us agree that we are navigating the golden era of technology. In the past, technology used to be enabler for businesses. Technology was not the core, it was the enabler for the businesses. But in the recent past, after the evolution of social, technology started pivoting from enabler to the core. In the post-COVID era, and after the evolution of Gen AI, technology has firmly taken the seat as the epicenter of all the businesses. And no business can differentiate in this hyper-competitive environment without the right technology or without technology as the epicenter. So in that context, applying a lens on three vectors, the impact of technology on business, the impact of technology on the workforce, and the impact of this generative AI on the society is something that we'll dive deep in the next few minutes here. Before I do that, I just want to credentialize, what are my credentials to talk about this heavy subject here. So as I said, Cognizant is born at the confluence of industry and technology. So we are a global professional services firm serving clients in 10 plus industries. And we have 350,000 employees globally operating in 47 countries. And these are the industries that we serve, starting from healthcare, manufacturing, retail, banking, communications, media, tech, financial services, the entire gamut of financial services, banking, fintech, insurance, and even in healthcare, the entire gamut, payers, insurance companies, hospitals, and biopharma and medical devices. So we serve clients across these 11 segments globally, and most of our clients are Global 2000, which includes 1,400, 1,450 clients. So by virtue of serving these clients and by virtue of working with these clients, providing technology solutions, we have a unique vantage point in the industry on how each of these technology disruptions maneuver and how and where the puck is moving with respect to each of these technologies. So even with generative AI, we have a very unique vantage point because we sit right at the confluence of industry and technology. So that gives us a bit of a credibility. And when we look at these technology disruptions, we look at it in two vectors, inside out and outside. Inside out specifically for what does it mean to us first? What does it mean to Cognizant? Because we have 350,000 employees globally. So what does generative AI mean to us? How does it impact us? How does it impact our hiring strategy? How does it impact our training strategy, our recruitment strategy? Do we need 350,000, or is it going to displace, this technology is going to displace some jobs? Are we going to need less number of people? How do we think about productivity? How do we think about cost savings to the clients and things like that? That is inside out. Outside in is, what does it mean to the clients we serve? How does this technology disrupt, or in this case generative AI, disrupt their business processes? Or how does this impact their value chain? And things like that. So we evaluate or we apply a lens in these two vectors, and we did, trying to catch up on the slides here. So we did that, and with that, so we have some interesting insights that I'm going to talk about today. And before I do that, let's kind of see what this generative AI has done and so far, and how this generative AI or this technology disruption is different from the ones that we had. And this technology wave is different from the other technology disruptions that we had. So I'm sure all of you by now are very familiar with this statistic or the data point. So it just took ChatGPT 2 months to garner 100 million user base. And compare that with Facebook. It took 4.5 years for Facebook to get 100 million users, and YouTube 1.5 years. And that's the power of this generative AI. the speed, the rapid pace at which it's being adopted, the rapid pace at which it's being spread, makes it distinctive, makes it different from the other technology disruptions we had in the recent past. We had a few in the last, after the Y2K, we had .com, then we pivoted to the social era, the social mobile, and cloud era, and now generative AI. This is different. The rapid adoption of this technology and the pace at which it's being adopted makes it different. And the only other technology wave that this can be compared to is the evolution of internet at the beginning of this century. Now this is a fun chart. When this was a research published, when the internet was adopted or when the internet became vicious in 50% of US households, this is the impact it had on the society. The number of people getting the driver's license, or the number of people trying alcohol, or the number of people even going on dates has come down. And that's the kind of impact the internet had. Now, a lot of companies and researchers are thinking and working on conducting pilots to see how these curves are going to morph or pivot with generative AI. Are people going to drink more, and are people going to drink less? Or this jokes apart. This is the kind of societal impact that any technology wave would, and that's why we compare generative AI to the evolution of internet. And the jury is still out. We still don't know the depth and the breadth of the impact of generative AI on the society, but we have to be extremely careful, and when we have to navigate this carefully. And when we talk to entrepreneurs, when we talk to the executives, on how do they feel about this technology? Do they think this is different from others, or do they think this is one amongst many other technology waves that we have? This is the research conducted by HFS, Horses Resources. This is an analyst firm. And they have asked this question to the executives. And majority of the executives quoted 3 reasons on why this generative AI is distinctive and different from the other technology disruptions we had. The 3 main reasons were rapid adoption of this technology. We saw that it just took 2 months to get to 100 million users. And ease of deployment. This can be deployed much easily. It doesn't need a lot of wherewithal, just a small download, or it's very. It can be easily deployed, and above all, ease of use. It can be democratized very easily. It can be used by anyone with minimum technical skills. So these are the 3 main reasons that executives and industrialists and entrepreneurs and researchers have quoted that this is going to have a profound impact on the enterprises across the planet. And the businesses across the planet. And almost 90% of them unanimously or agreed that it's going to have a positive impact on the businesses. Because when we think of generative AI, in the last 8 to 10 months, we jumped 3 S-curves. From the first S-curve was curiosity about generative AI. What is this technology? What is this all about? From there to quickly believing or quickly jumping to the conclusion that it's going to save the world. The world is going to be, driven and saved by generative AI. To quickly having apprehension now that, oh my gosh, this is going to be dangerous for the world. It's going to destroy the world. So we have jumped 3 S-curves in the last 10 months or so. And many of us in this room are in a spectrum somewhere along these S-curves. Some of us believe it's going to be positive, some of us believe it's not going to be positive, whatever. So now, until you see the benefits, until you see the early use cases which I'm going to share, it's hard to believe the impact, but 90% of the CEOs and executives believe that it's going to have a positive impact. Now let's start getting deep into the first vector, the impact of generative AI on the industries that we operate in. So first and foremost, almost every industry on this planet will be impacted by generative AI. Almost every industry. And almost every industry, every entrepreneur, every business have begun to think, if not, and some of them have already started adopting this technology for different use cases in their business. Some of them are ahead of some of the industries are ahead. For example, like retail or biopharma industry for clinical trials, or banks. They're a little ahead of the others, such as healthcare or insurance, which are kind of catching up right now. And use cases, the early adoption of this technology across this industry is slightly different. It's a little all over the map. For example, in retail, retailers are mostly focusing on leveraging this technology for marketing and customer experience. And in tech industry, Facebook's, Google's and all, they're trying to leverage this technology for driving speed and efficiency in software development. And in banking and healthcare industry, the initial use cases are more around personalized healthcare, providing personalized care to the patients. In banking, the focus is more around risk and fraud along with personalized experience. In manufacturing logistics space, the initial adoption of the use cases are more around the supply chain optimization. And in the biopharma, as I said, the focus is more on the clinical trials. And in insurance industry, it's more on the risk assessment. So we work with clients across all these industries, and we have helped many of our clients in these industries adopt this technology, implement this technology, and are helping them reap the benefits. I'm going to talk about a few case studies here. But before we get there, irrespective of the focus area or the industry that you operate in, almost all the businesses are trying to drive the value in these three vectors using the generative AI. One is to drive cost efficiency across the value chain, optimizing the business process, or across the value chain. And the second is customer experience. Right? It is again both internal and external. Customer experience for the employees and within the firm, and the customer experience for the end users, depending on the industry that you operate in. And the third vector is creating new revenue streams, creating growth for the business. So these are the three vectors that every enterprise, large, medium, and small size firms that are adopting generative AI are trying to build or develop use cases in one of these three. And particularly large firms like large banks, large insurance firms, and large retailers are doing all the three. And mid-sized firms are probably doing the first and the second vector. And the small firms, the startups, are more trying to drive the cost efficiency. I mean, if I were to categorize how it is.
Now let's look at some of the case studies. And these are the case studies where we progress and help our clients. We are working with the clients, but we talk a little about what we provide. For example, in the insurance space, a mid-tier P&C insurance firm has launched this Gen AI-based environment.
15 to 20% reduction in the fraud mechanisms. And similarly, for manufacturing and logistics, a mid-tier freight company has optimized their delivery routes using Gen AI, 20% reduction in fuel, and nearly saved $300 million cost. And a major wealth management firm implemented an OpenAI chatbot led to 30% reduction in advisors' time. So there are many such case studies, and only when you start seeing benefits like this, say $300 million, 30% reduction, 20% reduction, then you know it's real. And this is how it feels where rubber meets the road. And remember those three vectors. This is the first vector. This is driving the cost efficiency. Now, similarly, for improving the experience, a major retailer has used this technology. We have helped a major retailer for visual search and virtual try-on experiences. And I'm sorry, the print is very small, but they have reaped somewhere, 30 to 40% benefits leveraging this technology. And in healthcare, a major hospital chain has deployed this technology for clinical intelligence solution. And the benefit is that it reduced doctors' time spent on documentation by 45%. And we have helped these clients. And these are real case studies where we have helped the clients deploy this technology, execute it, and we have seen the clients reap the benefits. These are the real case studies. And this is on the second vector. Third, this is again relevant to very large firms that are already beginning to use generative AI to drive growth, to expand into new geographies, and to leverage this technology. And again, a major retailer has used Gen AI for retail personalization features and automated product recommendations. And look at the benefits. 74.7% of consumers. That's why it's very, we are mentioning it in a dot there, but more likely to make repeat purchases. Similarly, in the life sciences and medical devices firm has deployed this, and this has helped them improve their sales. So these are the real case studies. So the impact of generative AI is real. So that's why I picked one case study each across the industry so that to narrate, and across three vectors. So the key is each business or each industry will have to get out of the rut of analysis and paralysis and get out of the hype and mode and accept the fact that it's real and start thinking about adopting it, implementing it, and you can pick and choose the vectors that are relevant for you depending on many other dynamics of your firm, including finances and all. So this is to establish the fact that the impact on the businesses is real, and no business is spared on this. So it is across. Now let's look at the second vector. Now that it's established that it's going to impact every single enterprise on the planet or every single business on the planet, now we should start thinking about what does it mean to our workforce. So I think almost every business owner, small, medium, large size enterprise, business owners are thinking about what should be our workforce strategy in the era of generative AI. Or how do we keep our workforce relevant in the era of generative AI? What should be our training strategy? And how do we upskill and cross-skill our employees? So you like this. So there is a firm named Revacher, maybe some of you might know. They are global workforce consulting and management firm. They deal with workforce value chain. And they have conducted some experiments, they've done some pilots, and they've done some research, and they have published this. They have categorized the workforce into multiple zones, depending on the skill level, and the complexity of the task. And they have conducted pilots on the impact of generative AI across these different zones. Sorry, you can't view from distance. And so some of the zone 1 and zone 2 are tasks that are less complex, and then it goes. And they have published that the impact of generative AI is high in the sectors that are content, imaging, programming, or high-tech kind of roles. The impact of generative AI is low in the labor-intensive and people management kind of roles. This is their published research. This is not Cognizant, this is Revacher's. But this is interesting. And so they have categorized the workforce across into these 5 zones. You can say that a particular role is missing here or there, but take it in the context here. And they have further said, they have further done experiments. They said this generative AI technology is going to create upward mobility to the workforce. For example, the people who are in zone 1 or zone 2, these are the workers, the gardeners, and the builders, that kind of a profile, can leverage this generative AI and jump zones that creates upward mobility. And remember, we spoke about this technology being easy to use, easy to adopt, and it can be democratized. So if the workforce can leverage this, they can create upward mobility in their career, and thereby improving their social and standard of living. So almost every employee or every worker will have these opportunities for this upward mobility. And for us, we are a 350,000 strong firm. So we are thinking of that. And probably, our workforce will fit in a couple of zones here. depending on the skill and the complexity of the task they are executing. But we are in a high impact zone because we are professional services from operating at confluence of industry and technology. That's why we partnered with Sheraton to understand the impact of generative AI on the workforce. And now the onus is on us as employers to create these opportunities to help the workforce upskill, reskill, and cross-skill so that they get the upward mobility. Otherwise, you are going to lose talent. So someone else is going to pick the people by providing those opportunities. Because everyone, all of us want upward mobility in our career. And that is everyone. And I was chatting in the hallways here. Many of us ponder on this fact that is generative AI going to kill jobs? And let's face it, every technology disruption is going to impact some jobs. Beginning from the industrial revolution, the first industrial revolution, the first automation, when we got our first set of machines, or the invention of electricity. I mean, some jobs will be impacted. But think of the jobs that got created by the technology, which is multi-fold, which is exponential. I mean, how many of us in this room 10 years ago thought that there will be roles like AI developers, data scientists? 2007, 6, 8, 6, 7, 8, in those years, did any of us think of those roles to be so prevalent? Now, this same thing with this technology. As workers or the workforce work towards upward mobility in their professional careers, this technology is going to create new roles. Some of the examples are published given there. So I'll read out some of them. These new roles could be prompt engineers, AI code testers, or AI content strategists, AI integration leads, AI ethics and governance leads. These are new roles. I mean, these are not very prevalent yet. But this technology is going to create some of these new roles. While it's going to impact certain jobs in certain segments in those zones that we saw, the low-end impact on certain zones where we said the content, tech-enabled jobs will be in the high-impact area. But it's going to create a lot more new roles. And the colleges, the universities, we work with, just to give the context, we recruit in thousands each year. We recruit anywhere from 15 to 20,000 workforce each year globally. So we are working with universities and colleges to adjust the curriculum on these lines so that intake channels are calibrated. That is one part. And what do we do with the 350,000 employee base? So we got to upskill, reskill, and cross-skill. So we are actively thinking on that. So that's the impact of generative AI on the workforce. It's going to be profound. And the third aspect is, and the most important aspect is what's going to be the society. That chart going to look like in 5 years from now. So we are thinking through that. And also, what happens to critical thinking? If generative AI does everything, are we going to lose the cognitive muscle? Are we going to lose the curiosity? And what would be its impact on the mental health? Are we going to still have the resilience? Generative AI is doing everything. Starting from writing the leave letter to essays to, I was talking to a CEO the other day, and the CEO mentioned that, just input. I'm just speaking to an audience here. Give me some good ideas. So it's going to spit out ideas. I mean, just look at the art of the possible, but again, you have to apply the cognitive skills and stuff. So what would this technology do to the mental health? Because if everything is done the way it is being done, so are we going to have human interactions? Are we going to have collaboration amongst the workforce? Are we going to have the friction? Unless you have competition, you will never get good results. That's what all of us know that. So are we going to lose that friction just because of this generative AI? Because each of us will have our own tracks. So these are some aspects that all of us in this room, as entrepreneurs, as startup owners, as large firm executives, all of us will have to think through and maneuver this very, very carefully because it's going to have profound impact on the society. So while we get excited about those three vectors, which is driving cost efficiency, improving experience, generating new revenue streams and growth, this is also very critical. If we get this wrong, then there's no point in getting those three vectors right. That's the societal impact of generative AI. I don't know if I can have time. So now bringing it all together, so it's going to have impact on each and every one of us. That's established. It's going to have impact on every industry that we work in or we operate or we run. And it's going to have impact on certain type of jobs, but it's going to create a lot more new jobs, a lot more new roles. The roles and jobs that are going to be very prevalent 5 years from now, we don't even know what they are. It's going to evolve over the next few years. And it's also established that every entrepreneur, every business owner, every executive will have to focus on upskilling, reskilling, cross-skilling the workforce, and providing opportunities for upward mobility by leveraging Gen AI. And we'll have to focus on the societal impact. So with that, I'll sign off with, I like this quote from a Harvard professor. It's not Gen AI that's going to impact your job. It's someone who is using Gen AI that's going to impact your job. So I firmly believe that the change ahead of us is, far greater than the change behind us. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. I don't know the format, if I'm supposed to take questions. Or...
Yeah, a couple of questions. We have time for a couple of questions.
Someone told me that there's a water gun on the clock here.
Mike.
So I'm well ahead of my schedule.
Questions?
Yeah.
I know you said Gen AI seems to be a very broad concept. Can you take one specific area and say how Gen AI is making a difference? Take any one area, say in clinical trials, you said.
Yeah, so for example, some of the case studies I showed you there, are the examples of the impact that it's creating in a specific area. So for example, I'll talk about, you asked for clinical trials, so I'll say that, again, I'm making sure that I don't cross the lines of the clients when I give those examples. So I'll give you another cognizant example. So we have the claims processing platform. So earlier, there is a good chance that 65% of you in this room, irrespective of who your health insurance provider is processed on our platform, because we process 65% of US health insured population. So that apart, earlier when our claims adjusters or when claims were being processed, the healthcare claims were being processed, the auto-adjudicated claims, which are clean claims, will go straight. Other claims, a human has to look into the claim, figure out what service was provided by the doctor, and the codes were applied accurately or not. Now, with Gen AI, we have deployed Gen AI onto our platform. So where a user can speak in plain English or type in plain English and say that, pick all the claims that has overpayment of $500 and apply this correction. So within seconds, some 800, 900 claims will get adjusted. Otherwise, an individual will have to go into each of those 800 claims, make some 5 clicks or 7 clicks, go into 7 different screens and do that. And think of it with a human command saying, adjust all the claims that have this problem. And adjust all the claims by doing this XYZ. And think of the productivity benefits. And that impacted 3 things. That impacted the jobs of those adjusters. But how do they'll get upward mobility, so if they can use, if they learn how to use this technology, they can use that time to do something else. Hope that helps.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ahoy, over here. Ahoy. Ahoy, everyone. It's great to see everybody here. I'm Ryan Poland from the Entrepreneur Center at PCI. My question is on the creativity thread. I just got an email today from OpenAI saying that the GPT store is going to open early next year. And with our ability to create GPTs with voice interaction, no coding needed, I'm curious your thoughts on how our ability to create GPTs that are for specific uses, how that taps into sparking creativity. At the Entrepreneur Center, we're working on GPTs just to help get those regular tasks done. So it's that level of our ability to create the barriers and borders within this massive system to be more specific. I'm curious your thought on that thread.
I mean, it's hard to, it's not a cookie cutter type thing, correct? So it depends on the industry, or it depends on what you're trying to solve for first. And it also depends on the regulations that you have around it. So in my opinion, I mean, you'll have to deal with it on a case-by-case basis. So I do not have firm thoughts on how it should be done in a specific way yet. We have not.
But I'd be curious if your company would want to empower your employees to make their own GPTs to help in their own.
Correct. So I'll tell you that. I mean, we are very cautious in doing that because we are worried, as I said, we serve clients in those 10 different industries. We don't want to get into liability issues with the end customers by doing something that we're not supposed to do on one side. And we also don't want to, we also still don't know the impact on the mental health or cognitive muscle of our own employees. So that's why what we are doing, but that said, what we're doing is we are taking a select group of employees and conducting small pilots and studying the results of those and trying to scale it in a controlled way.
Thank you.
How concerned is Cognizant about safe AI, and what is Cognizant doing about making sure that you don't have Terminator 3 or Terminator 4?
No, as I said, the 3 S curves that I spoke about, many of us are at different points in those S curves. Some of us believe that it's going to save the world, some of us believe that it's going to destroy the world, some of us are somewhere in between, not knowing what it is. But we, as a responsible firm, first of all, we follow the law of land. So in the sense, we follow the client's strategy of it. For the clients we serve, some clients are very clear. They said, you know what, you can deploy this technology. These are the guardrails. And some clients are saying that, no, we are very cautious. We want to wait. And some clients are a little more aggressive and saying, that should be fine. So we align with the client strategy. That's the first thing. While we do that, as I just answered, we are very cautious on the impact it's creating in our own ecosystem. So that's why we are conducting controlled pilots to make sure that we are in a regulated environment and to see that nothing is going outside that. So it's hard to answer these questions here because the results of these pilots are not fully decoded and out. So we cannot convincingly say. For example, we conducted pilots. This I can say. We conducted pilots for certain clients who said, you know what, deploy this technology and enable the productivity improvements in the coding workforce. For example, earlier you took 10 coders or 10 developers and 10 testers. Deploy this technology and figure out how many coders do you need, or you can save. And we realized that after conducting the experiments, we realized that savings could be up to 40%. The clients came back and said, you know what, give that 40% back, which is fine. But can this be broad-based? We don't know it. So these are controlled pilots.
We have a question.
Hello, my name is Sanjeev. I'm an AI investor. My question is, picking up on the last thing you said about coders and such, as an engineer myself, as an AI expert myself before, I'm curious as to how much of kind of feedback loop will go into creating better models. Like how will generative AI itself contribute to better models, debugging those, deploying those. This is DevOps, MLOps, as well as just regular software coding. How is that ecosystem going to change as a result of GenAI?
So in this whole thing, the data is key. For global professional services firms like us, we don't own the data. But in certain businesses where we have platforms like healthcare, like you spoke, I gave that example of health, the claims processing platform, there we have access to the data. In the segments where we have access to the data and to some extent we own the data, we are thinking of those large language models, and then we are trying to create the feedback loops by training and retraining, and looking at the customized use cases, or specific use cases, and enabling that back into the feedback. In the industries where we do not have this data access, we are using published LLMs, and most of the times our clients dictate which way we go. Some clients want to create their own LLMs, then they have some retailers, they don't want to share their data. They want to create their own LLMs. Some manufacturing companies, they want to create their own LLMs. And some, they want to use public LLMs and apply their data on top of it, and then build a layer of law. So it's kind of a mixed bag. It's all over the place. Thank you.
I would like to invite a couple of our board members, maybe Vijay and Smita, if you can come and give a small gift of appreciation to the speaker.
Another hand for our special keynote speaker. That's not it. We've got another keynote speaker coming up, and first of all, I would like to say, anyone, if there are any empty seats next to you, please raise your hand, because we do have some people that are in the back, and if you're looking for a spot to sit, we do have some empty chairs at some of the various tables, so please have a seat if you're more comfortable doing that. Once again, thank you all for being here. Now, it's extremely difficult to introduce some of these speakers because their bios are like a mile long. So I'm going to have to keep this one short because her bio is a mile long. And with an impressive background, I'll let her get into more about her background and what she does. But we are very honored to have Sudhira Vanguri, and she is the head of product management at Google Cloud Generative AI Incubation, and again, her bio reads a mile long, and I'm going to let her share who she is and what she's doing, but we are very honored to have her here as a special speaker this afternoon. So Sudhira, if you could join me, thank you.
Lead the generative AI incubation teams at Google Cloud, and prior to this, I also led the language and document AI business lines for Google Cloud. I've been at Google for over 6 years now, and everything to do with AI and generative AI. So I'm here to share some of my insights into the journey so far. So a quick run through of the agenda about what I'll be speaking today. So I've try and give you some examples and tidbits around mostly applications of generative AI, what our last decade looked like. So I've been in Google Cloud since the very beginning of Google Cloud AI. So I've seen from scratch, I've done a lot of 0 to 1 work in terms of both starting out various teams around generative AI and AI in general, and also building out the platforms around OCR, computer vision, natural language, knowledge graphs, document AI. So I wanted to share a few examples of what the last decade looked like in supervised learning primarily, and then take you into what this decade is going to look like, especially with all the exciting generative AI features. And going towards the end, I wanted to share some of my own personal insights and not Google's. I usually invest on the site, so I wanted to share my own framework that I've built over the course of the last 1 year, especially looking through the lens of what are some of the startups coming out in the generative AI landscape, and share a framework. With that said, wanted to level set on what generative AI means. So from my standpoint, any AI solution is capable of generating or creating content. And this content can be any modality, like text or image or a video or a sound that's based on the data that it's trained on. That's generative AI. That's an example. So I gave a prompt to one of the leading LLMs out there. Can you give me a cat playing a guitar in Paris? And this is what it came up with. You can try this with Bard or ChatGPT or DALL-E or any of these models. And I got this image, and these generative AI solutions are typically based on large language models, as you're aware. Now, I took this image and then I wanted to create a video out of it, just to give an example of what the possibilities are in terms of creating content using generative AI. And all I had to do was click on the hand and kind of the guitar and a few parts of kind of the cat, and it automatically came up with a video animating the cat. So that's a very, very simple example of how images are being created, how text is being created, how graphics and videos are being created using generative AI in a matter of seconds. And that's fantastic for content creators out there. Here's another example. Try to recognize the voice in this demo. And this is a fun example that I threw in because they're all Indians mostly. Does anyone have an idea? Do you want to take a guess? Any hands raised? Ashish? Oh, he knows it. He's run this demo. That's our Prime Minister, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's voice. Singing one of the most popular chartbusters. So we're pretty sure that Mr. Modi did not sing this song. But that's an example of what's possible with generative AI. It is a bit, there are risks associated with this, but then I just wanted to throw in for some light humor here. So you have AI that's generating images, AI that's generating videos, sound that never existed before, and it's all happening right in front of our eyes in a matter of minutes. It doesn't take months and months and months of training data and effort. So that's what's causing this, you can call it a hype cycle, or you can call it this revolution that's unfolding in front of our eyes. I've been doing AI in the last decade with Amazon and Google, and I can say for the most part, in the last decade, most of the AI applications that came out were supervised learning applications. So these supervised learning applications, what I mean by that is you get training data in place, and then you train ML models irrespective of the modality, whether it's text models or image models. You get all of the training data, and it usually used to take at least a year to deploy a large-scale AI model into production within kind of a month of native data, getting 3 months of training, getting 3 months to deploy a model and getting it to run in production. So it used to be a time-taking effort, and then you had to deploy a team to do this. Some of the examples, now AI is not new, we've been doing this. I wanted to give you a few examples to show your memories on what AI used to look like in the last decade. Google Translation, all of you are very familiar with Google Translation. You must have used it to search or to translate or various apps. Now, translation is an AI/ML model behind the scenes. Google Translation, so I used to run this. This was one of the first products that I ran when I came into Google Cloud. So you translate text from one language to another. You can translate across thousands of languages, from Afrikaans to Zulu, to various Indian languages, you name it. Now, this is a very powerful machine learning model that has been trained on vast amounts of data across all the languages in the world. It's primarily a supervised learning model. And I think in 2017 or so, we came out with AutoML translation, a layer on top of this that enables any citizen data scientist to bring your own data and customize the translation model. So imagine a software provider trying to use Google Translate, and he uploads a manual that says, driver is not working. So Google Translate needs to understand that it is a device driver in the context of software that's not working, and not necessarily the taxi driver has not shown up or a golf club driver is not working. So cloud translation and AutoML translation, this was an AI application that has existed for almost a decade, and we have not really behind the scenes, it's all ML models running behind cloud. Another example, and this is an example that's still very, very, very relevant today, and it's an unsolved problem, where 80% of enterprise data is still unstructured. Now, when I say unstructured, think about any image, PDFs, all of the customer feedback that is coming into your firms. There's no predefined format or model, or it's very nascent kind of tools that are available to understand this data. Anything that's not in a Google Sheet or an Excel PowerPoint, anything that's not in a database, all of that data is just lying around in your emails, in PowerPoint slides. So that's kind of unstructured data that's human generated and sometimes machine generated, but there are no specific tools to solve for it. So that's where tools like cloud natural language, the natural language is the human generated content. You can extract entities from this language. You can analyze the sentiment of your customer feedback. So these are all AI models that have existed. They're all supervised machine learning models that used to exist in the past. You can analyze and classify various forms of content that's coming in. Now, supervised learning used to tackle these kind of problems. So when businesses are sitting on various document lines and these documents are just going to expand over time, another example is document AI from Google that turns that unstructured content into structured data. You can give it a driver's license, and instead of a human looking at it and telling them, oh, this is the driver's license that belongs to X, Y, and Z, you can have AI do it. I'll give you an example. During COVID, and one of my teams helped deploy a COVID parser, a COVID AI model, to state of Hawaii. Everybody was looking to get out and travel, and Hawaii was one of the first states to open up their travel. But they could not employ enough people to process the airline applications of people wanting to come into Hawaii. You want to make sure that they are vaccinated. You want to make sure that it's safe for people to come into the state. So Hawaii's Safe Travels program that enabled people to safely travel during COVID was enabled by AI reading through COVID, the vaccine cards, and making sure that the vaccinations are in place before they come into the state. So it's an example of an AI application that has helped humans in the past before the way generative AI that it does today. Now, these machine learning models used to take at least a few months to build and deploy and run. What's causing the revolution that we're seeing today? Prompting. In this decade, prompt-based AI, I gave you an example of the Modi audio and the cat prompt that we saw earlier. It just took me a minute to give that prompt to one of the major LLMs. And within minutes and hours, I could specify the prompt, and within hours and days, we were able to deploy a large-scale machine learning model and run it in production, and it runs seamlessly. So that's the opportunity that we have on our hands now. As investors, as builders, as entrepreneurs, this is a fantastic time to start innovating. Here's an example of a prompt that I gave to Bart. A little bit biased here. I could give this to ChatGPT. I did give this to ChatGPT. There's an equally good poem that came out. So this is a poem about TiE by Taylor Swift, apparently. So in Silicon Valley's vibrant core, where innovation takes its flight, arise the immense entrepreneurs with dreams ignited ever so bright. This looks pretty good, and you can imagine various applications such as this within copywriting, writing essays, writing various kinds of roles has become much, much easier. Writing PRDs as product managers, writing some of the examples that someone recently pointed out in various industries, just coming out with resumes, coming out with detailed text that is structured. There's a lot of applications. Now this is one of the latest examples. You have Microsoft Copilot, Duet AI. This is one of the latest products that I'm working on and incubating various new AI tech that can feed into Duet AI. So as part of my day job, I look at this product every day. How do we enable software developers to complete code, to review code? How do we supercharge developers over the course of the entire product lifecycle, right from looking at a complex system of code, understanding what that code is. Maybe the code has been written 20 years ago. AI can now help you understand what that code repo means. It can help you create boilerplate to write up a new service. It can help you understand various services, understand and integrate into your IDE. And as I'm showing you an example here, this is an IDE where code is being written for the developer, and all the developer needs to do is just tweak and make sure that things are working fine, and then there are various other kind of plugins that are available, whether you are an SRE or a software engineer. Now code, who would have thought in the last decade, we would think that AI would take away all of the pain from back office operations and some of the more mundane tasks, but some of the most creative tasks in the world. Drawing and painting and art and image generation, video generation, coding, software development was considered a very high cognitive load task that is being transformed using AI. Now let's discuss the potential of generative AI. So I've kind of tried to bucket it into a few categories. There may be a lot more applications, but let's discuss some of the applications of generative AI and the potential. So enhancing creative processes. So we've talked about machine learning in movie making, in art generation. So that was one example of enhancing creative processes. Generating realistic content. Now this realism can come in the form of multimodal imagery that we saw earlier. Realistic content can be the audio that we heard. It looked it seemed almost real, that the artist creating that song. We can also kind of look at various content that has been created in the form of text. This kind of realism in content can pose several risks as well in terms of authenticity. For instance, you have schools that have banned the use of ChatGPT. How do you ensure that students are learning right? So there are various tools that are going to come up in terms of kind of figuring out the authenticity of who's generating that content. There might be implications in media and art. For instance, Taylor Swift can come in and claim that, hey, this is a song that I haven't written, but a lot of my content was used in order to create that poem or song. Right? So there is some amount of concern there in terms of the realism of the content and authenticity, but then that's a great potential for generative AI as well in terms of content generation. There's just a lot of possibilities. Improving decision making. Now here's an area where supervised learning has tried to play in for a long time. A lot of cognitive load goes into figuring out what's the best decision that can be made. We as Google Cloud, we try to sell to a lot of line of business owners across healthcare, manufacturing, retail, supply chain, a lot of, almost name every industry, financial services. We're mostly trying to make the job of line of business owners easier. We're trying to sell to CEOs. We're trying to make a play to say that their operational costs are going to reduce by using AI, or they're going to get a differentiation in the market by using AI. An example, let's say a financial services company comes to Google Cloud. We're talking to their CEOs and CEOs and then saying that, hey, using one of our AI models, you can cut the loan servicing time by 50%. or you could cut the loan processing time from 45 days to 35 days. So that's a pitch to the CEOs, that they're improving their decision-making process of how to give out loans, how to process scores of documents that are coming their way in kind of analyzing pay stubs, bank statements, so on and so forth. So that's an example of improved decision-making and how AI fits into that use case. And we're already doing that with supervised learning, and then it's just going to explode a bit more with generative AI. And finally, personalizing user experiences. Now, if you look at chat applications and various generative AI use cases, it's getting very, very personal. Your recommendations are getting even more personal, and consumers are now getting more and more used, especially in a lot of B2C applications. You're getting more and more used to the content that knows who you are, that understands what your likes and dislikes are, what you are connected to, and it responds in a way that is very, very contextual. That contextual experiences are made possible by using AI, and that presents a world of opportunity to advertisers, to content creators, to communication apps. Various apps that are out there are still very, very contextual. And even within DoIT, we're looking at using retrieval augmented learning and contextualization to make the developer experience also very, very personal. So we discussed a few of the generative AI applications. So currently, we are seeing applications in content creation, drug discovery, personalized AI assistance, automating various repetitive tasks, team collaboration. So you see a lot of applications within the Teams app, within Zoom, within Google, a lot of collaboration, and Google Hangouts. You can see that every day we're improving a lot of features and making it more and more personal. The data entry and reporting tasks, I've shared an example of document AI. Within document AI as well, what used to be a lot of manual data entry, a human being looking at documents and entering into a database or a spreadsheet, that is now all being done with AI, and it's happening today. Testing and bug fixing, I gave you an example of DoIT AI. So similar products exist across all the cloud providers. So that's code generation, refactoring, documentation generation. So these are all generative AI applications that are currently done, and they're all being improved upon. It's just going to become even more better with time. In future, we see that there's a lot of potential to revolutionize industries like entertainment, manufacturing, and think about script writing in movies. Think about how to, with manufacturing, understanding a lot of defects within the supply chain. So there's plenty of possibilities that are still yet to be explored using generative AI. So in a nutshell, here's how we could potentially look at the AI landscape. So there is the hardware layer. Now within the hardware layer, there are very few players. This is a capital-intensive layer, and you can see startups. There's only a few startups that are in this. Most of them are heavyweights like Intel, AMD, NVIDIA that have been around for quite some time, but Cerebras is one of them. A few startups that have built the chips that help in AI, or the largest chips. And then the next layer is the infra and the foundation model layer and dev tools, and that's the layer where you have all of the major cloud providers are across the entire stack, but primarily where they have the advantage is in the infra and foundation models layer. So I believe that there will be a lot of consolidation in this layer. The foundation models are getting better and better every 6 months. So you see OpenAI coming up with their own models. You have Google, Anthropic, you have AWS. There's so much of innovation happening in this layer, but then it is sometimes cost prohibitive for startups to play in this layer. But then in the dev tools, you see a lot of startups coming up. Now the applications layer is the biggest one, and that's where there's an explosion of startups. As investors, that could be an interesting area. As entrepreneurs, that could be an interesting area to play in, building on top of the foundation models and just exploring one good use case. The way I look at it from an investing standpoint, if you look at the founding team, look at the background of the founding team, or look at industry expertise. Where some of the big cloud providers may not play in is going deep into one specific industry use case or a long tail use case where they may not have the data, and a startup may have more of an edge there in kind of innovating. And that's kind of the layer where if you have a strong founding team and if you have access to some data or industry expertise or knowledge of a specific workflow, that is a very good advantage when it comes to a startup. And we've seen startups partner with Google Cloud. We've seen some startups succeed and some startups not succeed so much. And most of the time it boils down to how well they understand their customers' workflow. I'm speaking mostly B2B here. How well they understand the customer's workflow. Are they solving a real business problem and adding value to their customers? I think that's the key for the application there in the startups community. Finally, this is the last slide, and I want to end with this framework, and I'd love to get your feedback on this. So this is one way to look at the GenAI landscape as investors. So we'll go at it quadrant by quadrant. So the x-axis is the cognitive load, and by cognitive load I mean how much of a decision-making, how hard is the decision that needs to be made in performing these tasks. Is it a high cognitive load or a low cognitive load? On the y-axis, we're looking at high stakes versus low stakes. And by high stakes, I mean there are lives at risk or there's large sums of money, large amount of money and capital at risk. Now, let's look at quadrant 2, and that's where I would like to, maybe let's look at quadrant 1 and go from there. Quadrant 1, which is high stakes, but then there's a low amount of cognitive load. That's where supervised learning has played around with a lot of traditional AI applications, a lot of BPOs, supercharged BPOs. What we've done in the past, and I'll give you an example of the document AI application that we've tried to sell into back office workflows. Content moderation APIs that I worked on with natural language APIs. We've tried to work with teams to moderate content. Now, if you look at the decision that needs to be done, it's mostly, is this a cat image or is this not a cat image? Is this a bad image or is this something that can go on social media or not? So the cognitive load is pretty low, and there's a large volume that needs to be dealt with. So most of it is automated. 80% of it is automated using AI, and then you can put in a human loop. And that's where we've been able to work with contact centers. We've been able to work with a lot of companies in automating back office tasks. Now, going into the generative AI space, if you look at quadrant 2, social media content that you've seen, Lensa app, photo editing, art. So this is one wave of innovation that's happening. I've seen there's a lot of B2C applications, cool fads that can come up in this quadrant. But from an investor standpoint, I'd be slightly wary of investing in it because there might be a viral fad in there, and then you probably quickly see a dip right after that fad wears out. It's cool for a while, and then after that, we've seen that with the Lensa revenue that crashed almost immediately. Going into quadrant 3, I think quadrant 3 and quadrant 4, I think this is where the highest opportunity is for investment. So within quadrant 3, you see that there's a high cognitive load, that it is difficult to create some kind of content, maybe movie making, some educational content. It is difficult to come up with kind of a task assistant tooling. So there are some business productivity tools. So within quadrant 3, you look for applications that have a high cognitive load, but then the stakes are low. There aren't lives at risk. AI can make a few mistakes. So in that scenario, what would usually happen? You can automate most of the process, but if AI gets it wrong, it's fine. You can live with it. So this is an area with gaming, for instance, right? So it's not a big issue if AI gets something wrong within a gaming scenario. So that's one place, one area where you kind of categorize your investment opportunity and see if it's in here, it's probably a good idea to invest. And finally, quadrant 4, and this is where bigger companies can afford to play, because one of the key parts of quadrant 4, which is high cognitive load, high stakes, it takes a lot of time. For instance, drug discovery, personalized gene therapy, Google has been working on and investing in. The data is hard to come by in some cases. search, for instance. So there are some of these scenarios where there's high risk and high reward. That's an interesting area to play in and invest in, but that's one place where you would want to essentially position your application as a co-pilot, or you'd see kind of do it as one example. So as the risk increases, the rewards and the returns will be pretty high, but you might see fewer startups playing in that sort. So that's it in terms of a framework. This is one of the ways to look at the landscape, one of the ways to slice and dice what's happening and trying to make sense of the generative AI landscape out here. With that, I'd like to end my talk, and definitely have time for questions.
And while they're taking care of the photo ops, I just want to let you know. Yeah, Ashok and Nitesh, can you come up for a photo? Just to let you know that after our next speaker, there will be a half-hour networking session, so please stick around here and then you'll get a nice break. And also I'll give you opportunities to interact and ask questions of our speakers. So we're going to try to keep on time with our schedule here. So please make sure you can connect during the networking break if you have any questions. And we built in a half-hour networking break on purpose so that you have plenty of time to network here this afternoon. And then, of course, at the end, there will be our social hour and networking time as well. Another hand for Sudhir. Thank you for your time. So once again, I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. And we are very privileged and honored to have TiEcon, who currently serves as the 23rd mayor of Irvine, California, and started in politics by serving on the Irvine City Council. She recently announced her run for the 3rd district seat of the Orange County Board of Supervisors. She's a trailblazer as the first Muslim woman of color on the Irvine City Council, and the first, and get this, the first Muslim woman mayor in a major U.S. city. I think that's important to know. The first Muslim woman mayor in a major U.S. city. Sarah holds a bachelor's in English literature, previously working in biotech, and serves as an executive director of the Newport Mesa Irvine Interfaith Council. So we'd like to welcome Mayor TiEcon to the stage, please. And just so you know, we have a number of UCI students in the room here somewhere, I think over on the left-hand side here.
Yes? Awesome. All right. So first of all, thank you so much for having me here today. It's a great honor for me to join all of you. And today we're going to talk a little bit about AI and government. And what does that mean for businesses and startups and everyone else that is involved in AI. And really the importance of regulation and how those policies are built. And so, thank you to TiEcon 23. This is an amazing event, and I was cruising over all the speakers and all the topics being covered, and it's quite incredible. You know, as someone who came into the mayor's role, looking at and leading on innovation and technology, seeing our city as being one that for some people was still being considered like a small town, and we weren't. With a population of over 320,000 people, with some of the best innovative and technology companies based and headquartered in our city, we needed to do more. And so what I set out doing was I created the Innovation Council. And that brought together the CEOs of some of our biggest corporations. It brought together our venture capitalists, our developers, our educational institutions, to really come together and figure out why we were experiencing a brain drain. And that was happening because a lot of new ideas were starting up in Irvine and in our region in Orange County. but they were being picked up by investors from outside the region. And so, of course, the businesses went along with wherever the investment was coming from. And so having the money and the investors and the will to make sure that we were supporting our local startups, we set out a goal to make sure that we were going to reinvest in our communities and make sure that we were going to provide resources and support for new ideas that were emerging from within our city and within our region. And so right now, we're developing an MOU with folks of Sunstone Management, and it is to develop an accelerator. And we really want to make sure that when people come up with an idea and they need a place to go, need resources, it's a one-stop shop for them, where they can get connected with everything that they need to become successful and thrive. Not only that, but for our city, we were one of the first to allow a piloting of an automated vehicle program on our streets. Pony AI came to us, wanting to know if they could use our streets to pilot their autonomous vehicles. And we said, yes, let's do it. And then, of course, Amazon came in and they wanted to pilot their little delivery robots in our neighborhoods. And we said, yes, let's do it. And that's the kind of attitude you want from government. Government that is working in partnership with innovators, in partnership with the business community, making sure that, we're not going to know all the answers, but together we're going to be able to take the right steps to make sure we're progressing and not becoming stagnant. And so that's very, very important to me, is to make sure that, I'm asking my colleagues, whether they're at the city, state, or federal level, to really stay in touch with the innovators and the movers and shakers in their region, because you guys are the ones that are really driving what's coming up next. And we have to be ready to be able to support that. So I want to start off with what's really important and really exciting right now is on October 30th, President Biden signed the executive order 14119 entitled Safe, Secure, and Trustworthy Development and Use of Artificial Intelligence. And this was exciting because we didn't think anything like this was going to come forward. But now we have 8 elements within this executive order that you see on the screen up there. And I want you guys to focus a little bit on the trends that we're going to be seeing when it comes to government and AI. I think one of the biggest issues that government is worried about is making sure that new technology is safe, that it basically safeguards privacy. It takes into the human effect, making sure that we're looking at workers and in promoting jobs for them, not leaving them behind. Because in the past, we've had all these revolutions, and what has happened is a group of people that could not move along were left behind. And so right now, taking this proactive step, we need to make sure that as we're transitioning into areas that are new, what are we doing for those that might be losing their jobs to automation? Are we getting them trained and certified in what's coming up next? Are we enabling them with the resources they need so they can move along with us? And I think that's going to be very, very important as we're progressing in that direction. And then, of course, equity and civil rights. Because many, many times in the past, we've seen new policies be developed, systems get created that were designed to leave people out, that were designed to target certain communities. And with this new proactive approach, we want to make sure that as AI is developing within any sector, that we're not doing the same things we've done in the past. Because we've worked really hard for everyone's civil liberties to make sure there was equity across the board. And we don't want to take that step backwards. We want to make sure that we're progressing, keeping that in mind. And that's something for new startups and even existing ones to keep in mind as well, because I think as these regulations roll down to a local level, we're going to be seeing the same thing, is asking companies, asking those that are established, what are you doing to safeguard civil liberties, to make sure there's equity when you're hiring, equity in development, equity when you're building that software program, accessibility for people. These are all things that are going to be important for us to move along. And then, of course, the use of AI in government, right? There is so much opportunity. I was just in Barcelona a few weeks back at the Smart City World Congress, and where we had over 106 countries send delegations to not only talk about what they were doing within their cities. I was one of 5 mayors selected from the U.S. Delegation, but also to meet with companies throughout the world and see what kind of programs they were building to help us do our job better, to make sure that when we are talking about emergency response, we're doing it in a way that exceeds what we do now, exceeds the expectations of those that are receiving, at the receiving end. And of course, looking at ways that we can create our cities in a more equitable way. Building, housing, streets, transportation, environment, all of these come into play. And the government has a huge role in working with all of you to make sure that the programs and services that you're developing are going to be able to be accessible, not only for the general public, but also for government agencies. So a lot of the work that is being done now through this executive order is based on the health sector, right? And so there's going to be a lot of policies coming out from the Health and Human Services Office at the federal level. And the important thing to understand are some of the timelines that are here. But I also want to share with you guys that currently public comment is being sought out from you through December 5th. Basically, anyone involved in AI, there's a survey out there by the federal government that is seeking input on where do we go with these policies next. So if you are involved in AI in any form, I would suggest you look up the federal, it's called the Federal Survey on AI, something of that nature. But if you Google that up, you have till December 5th to provide input. I think it is very important to have industry input. And industry input from a wide variety of industries. Not just those that are in touch with what's happening in DC, but those that are here on the ground, right here locally in Orange County. But also some of the, oops, did I just go somewhere else? So some of the dates that you see today that are building on the strategic plan, that are building on the task force, all of these are going to be focused on the health sector. So whether it's medical devices, whether it's software, whether it's hardware, whatever it may be, there's going to be a lot rolling out in the next few years. And I think if you're involved in that, please let me know. I'd love to connect you with folks in Orange County. We have a district health and human services department in Orange County that I'd love to connect you with, because I think it's important for you guys to be at the table when decisions are being made. Because what I'm hearing right now is a lot of decisions are being made on the DC side. They're not really, there's not much going on here. So we want to make sure that you have the opportunity to get engaged and provide input. And one of the ways we're doing that is bringing the Health and Human Services District Director into Irvine and having a roundtable discussion. And so I know my contact is available for you, but if you are interested, let me know. We'd love to have you at a seat at that table, because you know, if we are not driving the conversations, then the conversations are being driven by others. And then we're going to be left behind. Then policies come down, and then we all moan and groan about, oh my gosh, what are they doing? Well, here's your chance to be a part of that. And I cannot stress this enough to folks, is, you know, there's this saying in politics, and I think it applies to everyone, that if you don't have a seat at the table, you're basically on the menu, right? So don't be on the menu is what I'm saying. Grab that seat at the table and make sure that you're involved. Because sometimes we get so caught up in our business lives, we're innovating, we're coming up with new stuff, and we're, you know, in our circles of businesses, that we kind of just stay in this bubble. And then things come at us, and we're sitting there and we're like, wait a minute, where did this come from? So, but there is a process, and you need to be a part of that process. So you need to make a little bit of time to get involved in government. Because again, if you don't, then they're going to be making regulations that may not work for you. And so with that, I'm going to talk about what's coming up next. what can you expect as we're moving forward? And one of those things is, you know, public policy, when we look at it from a government perspective, public policy is so important. And people don't realize that when we build public policy at the local level, it affects you directly. Like just a week ago, I had a council that was talking about banning plastics throughout the city. And it stirred up everyone. We had people from state organizations, from nationwide organizations, coming in, calling in, wanting to meet, because it affected them. It didn't just affect the mom and pop, but it affected everyone down the line. And we didn't end up passing that because the presenter of that ordinance didn't really do her job getting connected with the community and kind of looking at the cost impacts, looking at how it would affect everyone in the city, from those that are at the receiving end to those that are producing. And so the same thing with AI and policies. I know that as we get regulations from the federal government, they get a little bit shifted and changed at the state level. They come down to the county, they come down to the cities. And our job at the city level is to make sure that all of our businesses are heard and that all of them feel like they have a space where they can thrive. But we can't do that without you. And so, you know, I emphasize joining in, kind of keeping in touch. And we've got some great organizations. I know I saw Scott Fox somewhere. Okay, so he's outside the door. I know I saw him. But he runs an amazing OC Startup Council. And he's providing information. And we've got the, the Asian Business Association of Orange County here, Ganesh is here, does an amazing job in helping our local businesses understand what's happening in government, what's happening at the local level, and how people can get connected. But the most important thing is, you know, keeping in mind as new technology, as AI is coming forward, where's the human component in all of this? Because I'll tell you, on the flip side, when we talk to individuals, they're not talking about new software programs that are going to help our cities or help our businesses. They're not talking about the potential of artificial intelligence. They're talking about robots taking over. And that's an absolute fear for them. And so it's our job to educate them on where we're headed, what we're planning on doing, and that we're not there to replace them. I can't tell you how many people I've spoken to that are always like, you keep pushing for AI, you want us to be replaced by robots. And I'm like, by who? Like, where are these robots? I think it's important for us that when we're developing, that when we're creating, that we keep in mind the communities, that we're bringing them in a way where they feel comfortable, they feel like they are understanding what is happening. Because there's a group of people that get it, but there's a larger group that just doesn't get it. And those are the people we need to touch. And so my ask from you is, stay connected, make sure you are working within your communities and outside, and also be able to share updates that you have. Educate the community. Let them know. I'm not an expert in AI, but I am an expert in policy and community. And so what I can do is when I read something, I can translate it into ways that people are going to understand it and not be fearful. Because I don't want them to be fearful. I want them to be excited. I want them to see the potential. But when they keep hearing about loss of jobs, when they keep hearing about, you know, what's going to happen next when robots are police officers, there's a really, really substantial fear there. And it's our job to make sure that that does not grow. Because you don't want a divided community. We want us to be moving together and forward in a way where everyone's included. So again, certification, education on a human level. How can we procure and make sure that our people are ready for the next phase of technology? And then of course, how do we keep privacy intact? How do we make sure our civil liberties and equity is at the forefront of everything that we're developing? And finally, it's, you know, showing people that there's nothing to fear. I think that's one of the most important things that we can do. And of course, one more thing, of course, is we've got to change up our Congress and U.S. Senate a little bit. have you ever heard the questionings that go on? I mean, just the type of questions that are being asked of industry leaders are so behind that, you know, we can see what's happening at the Department of Health and Human Services. We can see what's going to happen at the Office of the Budget and Economy. We can see the work that is going to be done by those that get it. But when the policy needs to be voted on, we need people that get it there too. So stay in touch with folks in government. Make sure that you're educating them along the way so they know how to progress an item forward. We see so many regulations that get killed because people just don't understand it. And they don't have the time to understand it. So it's our job to go out there and make sure that your job to make sure that you're reaching out to those that are in office, educating them on what you're working on, what's coming up next, so that when they're presented with something that they don't know, they can have someone they can reach out to. They can pick up the phone and say, hey, this is what I'm being presented with, what do you know? And you can be the experts that they rely on. And I think that connectivity is what's going to drive AI for the next 5, 10, 15 years. But if that connectivity is broken, then we're going to have great ideas coming forward that are never going to be delivered. And that's where we don't want to be, because then we start to see chaos everywhere. Everyone wants to do whatever they want. No one wants to be regulated. People are fighting each other. And at the end of the day, we stop progress. So I want to thank you all so much for giving me this time to share with you the perspective of government and policy when it comes to AI. I really appreciate TiEcon 23 for having me here with them today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have a few minutes still if there's any questions. Questions out there at all? Looks like we have a couple in the back. We've got about 10 minutes for questions. So.
Thank you very much. I was looking up the Federal Survey on Artificial Intelligence and tried to Google it. Doesn't exist. Tried it on it. Federal Survey on AI doesn't exist. There's a number of companies like very well-known consulting companies.
Are you ready?
That are talking about it, but not anything government site oriented.
Okay, I
You
will.
can send that to the audience. That would be
I will absolutely. I will do that for you guys.
Thank you.
You got it.
Hi. So next year is going to be election year. While we all get worried about the national elections, I think local elections are more important. How worried are you? And I'm from Orange County, so it bothers me and it affects my life. So the question here is, how worried are you of AI causing any disruption or any deepfakes which affect the local elections?
I'm not too worried about local elections. I think we have a lot of security when it comes to not only our voting methodologies, sorry, I can't see you, voting methodologies, but also the machines that we're using. If you go to the Orange County Registrar of Voters, which basically covers elections that are happening in Orange County, you'll see that they are constantly meeting with local law enforcement, with the FBI, with government agencies to make sure that their security systems are in place, intact, and if there's any sort of a threat, they get to hear about it first.
The question was the influence, the social media influence.
Social media, oh gosh.
Yeah, before, in campaigning, right? So that can be a
that's
factor.
hard to stop, and I think that's something that's going to continue to grow until we figure out how to get a grasp a hold of it. Because again, freedom of speech versus what do we control, right? It's a slim balance right there. So I don't have any good answers for you right now.
Ahoy, Mayor. Brian Follen from the UCI Entrepreneur Center. And being Mayor of Irvine and knowing how exciting UCI is with 500 new faculty member and a bullish approach to AI, are there things that the city is working with the university and maybe other universities around? As far as that groundswell you talk about getting the business owners at the table, universities don't want to be on the menu, and I'm curious how you're involving them in that.
Absolutely. So all of our educational institutions, including UCI, are a part of my Innovation Council. And I've been working very closely. I work very closely with the Chancellor, with the Business School, with the Beale Center. And one of the things that I'm working on right now is finding a track, funding a track within the UCI's entrepreneurship program that Imran Green runs. and making sure that there's a track that is open for the city. So city people that are not a part of UCI, that are interested, can participate as well and join UCI students and others in coming up with ideas. Because I was able to be a part of that last year, and it was incredible. So yes, I'm fully connected with UCI. And you guys are doing an amazing job there.
Hi, Farah. My name is Sai. First of all, thank you. I'm a Irvine resident, so thank you for all your guidance and leadership. I'm curious about what particular use cases of AI are you trying to deploy in Irvine? One of the use cases which always troubles me, I think, which we could do is crime and figuring out how best to handle that. So I'm just curious, is there anything else or anything you guys are doing there?
Absolutely. We're working with the city of Cincinnati. They just deployed an AI program within their police department that helps them kind of figure trends and, how do I say it? They basically have a program that predicts what might be coming into their city. And so I know our IPD, I've connected them with theirs, and they're looking at that project. But most recently, the city got awarded $2 million from the state to start a real-time crime center. And that's going to be the next step in making sure that we are getting real-time information, not just from within our city, but from within our region, from the FBI, from other sources, to make sure that when we're going on a call, that our officers are equipped with all the information they need, and also that same data can be used to trend what's happening in our city and how we can prevent criminal activity in our city as well. So that's definitely a big part of it, and there's a lot going on right now. And cybersecurity is a part of that as well.
Hi, my name is Iris, and I'm a PhD student from UC Irvine. So currently I'm majoring in software engineering, and our research is doing AI-powered in education level, specifically for healthcare and programming. So I want to know, are you planning some extension and outreach programs connecting school research and local communities? Because from your speech, you mentioned we should bring the community together and bring human level to this AI age. So I want to know, what's your plan to connect the ongoing research and people together?
Absolutely. So what we do, and I know there's a study that I was reached out to more recently that was very specific to a demographic in our city. And I made sure that I worked with the team there to connect them with resources and organizations that work within those demographics. But I think it's really part of communicating, letting us know where we can be helpful and us doing our job to make that connection happen. So it's the more we communicate, the more we know where our needs are and how we can bring people together. And I think that's going to be an ongoing effort for many, many years to come.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Mayor Khan. It's such a pleasure to see someone who gets it. It's very refreshing. I spent a good part of my tech career trying to talk to people like you who just didn't get it at all. It's part of why I lost most of my hair. But that being said, so I spent a lot of time advising a lot of startups, been in tech almost 30 years now. And one of the things I always think about is whenever you build something with technology that relies on data, there's an old saying, garbage in, garbage out. But also, if you don't have access to it, you can't even build anything, right? So it's kind of a two-part question. So the first part is, what are your plans in terms of making more data more accessible to people to build, these solutions that you're looking for? And the second one is, I'm really thinking about as we start to give the that, but once we hand this over to a larger system that's controlled, then the risk multiplies. And I'm curious, how are you guys looking at risk in this equation? So that's all.
So thank you for that. One is, you mentioned data, and one of the things that a lot of our cities are behind is using good data. And so we're working on that right now, is how do we capture the data that we need and kind of leave out the data that we don't need. Because when we first started and we were like, hey, we want to be a data-inspired city, we want to make decisions based on data, there was so much data that it basically drowned us. And so now it's like, coming up with ways that we pull all that we need. But not only that, but one of the things that we're hoping to incorporate into our city is overlapping of data from not only the city, but then the county. So we want to be able to look at a map in our city and be able to tell where the air quality is not doing so well. but that's managed by the South Coast Air Quality Management District, which is not a city government operation, right? So we need some data from them. And then it's working out a deal with them saying, okay, we don't want any of the data that you feel is private for you. We just want data that you would publicly share as well. So instead of putting it on your website saying, hey, air quality is bad in this area, we want to be able to extrapolate that and have it in our hands so that we can put it out into our community right away. So there's going to be a lot of, I think there's going to be a lot of conversations around what is private and what is public, what can be shared, and what level of sharing are we comfortable with. And so once we get to that level, I think we'll see a lot more expand. And then when it comes to government sharing with individual businesses or business entities, that's going to be a whole other conversation. So I don't think we're there yet, but we are heading in that direction.
Super, thank you. Thank you once again. And Deval, come to the stage, please, and present Mayor Khan with a little token from TiE. And in the meantime, also, I want to let you know, we are going to be going into a networking break for a half hour now. And this is an opportunity to meet some of the speakers, ask questions, meet other attendees, but also, please visit our TiE table outside. For our associate membership right now, we do have a special offer for any of the attendees, so you can check in on that. And then also visit the exhibitors in the room on the other side. We've got some great panels coming up afterwards, including the first session is an interactive workshop. So please stick around for the rest of the afternoon. Lots to come, and then we have our social fun hour at the end of the afternoon. So please stick with us, and thank you for being here. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing all right out there? So far, so good? Okay. Once again, thank you for being
People are slowly moving towards the door, so we don't want to delay. So everybody get a chance to meet some new people during the break. How's everybody doing? The energy still there? Okay, it didn't sound like that. You guys doing all right? A little better. Of course, we need to get more people in here still. Thank you for sticking around with us. This is where we're going to get into a little bit of a more interactive workshop. And it is my pleasure actually to introduce, first of all, one of our charter members. This gentleman is the chair of our mentorship committee for TiE SoCal. He also is the president of the Asian Business Association of Orange County. He has his business, Think AI, and is a overall fantastic guy and friend. He also is a pretty darn good golfer. I'd like to introduce Manish Bardia, and he will introduce the other people this afternoon.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you very much. And thank you, TiE. So as Jerry said, I met SBDC, Small Business Development Center, at ABOC. So ABOC is an organization also providing education to small business. And similarly, SBDC has a lot of resources. So at a stage, I have Roger Lloyd. He's the director at SBDC. And Fred Della Riva, who is marketing consultant at the SBDC Center. Is that right, Roger?
That was perfect. Okay.
And one of the best session I had was done by SBDC hands-on, and that's the reason I said to Ashish, we have to have Fred come in and do this hands-on, because what he's going to do in next 30 minutes will be really helpful for us. I'll let Roger add more to that. Go ahead.
Oh, no, listen, first off, before we get started, you guys, how many have heard of the SBDC? Can you raise your hands? Not bad, actually. So about 30%, 30 to 40%. Okay, so real quick before we get into this, I'm just going to explain who we are for those that don't. And if I was closer, I'd actually ask one of you guys to explain it, because you probably do better than I do. But the SBDC, Small Business Development Center, is a program that is funded by our tax dollars. And we use those tax dollars to provide consulting through amazing colleagues like Fred. There's about 140 consultants in just Orange County Inland Empire alone. And it's used just to help anybody to go to think of it this way, go to the promised land. Grow your company to wherever you want to go through a variety of ways that we consult with. So anyways, having said that, today, we're going to get into some interactiveness in regard to creating a video that Fred's going to do. Manisha's going to help a little bit with this. I had an AI company back in 2015. And I got to tell you, to get a room full of people to listen to AI back then, if I was lucky, I'd probably get a table that size. It really sucked, quite frankly. Now everybody wants to know about it. So, you know, we've been struggling since January to keep wowing people. It used to be really easy. So question number one, how many people have used ChatGPT? Raise your hands really high as we get older. Our eyes are, okay, cool. Keep them up. Keep them up. Yes, it's turning into an exercise class. So do not drop them. How many of you guys have used I'm sorry, I was going to plug you. ChatGPT and Bard. Keep your hands up, and if you drop them, if you don't use both, thank you for the 2. What if we're going to do 3? You're screwed, right? Because we're doing 3 now. So what about Claude AI? Keep raising your hands. Okay, cool. So number 1, so we can see that the hands drop a little bit. We're still good. Now let's put the hands down for 1 second. Let's try something different. One of the areas that we notice is the way that people use these generative languages, right? And the generative language, I think Manish, if you kind of go along with me on this, some people still use it as like Google on steroids. And the reality, it's not Google on steroids, right? So here's a question for you. How many people have, in one session, does everybody know what prompt engineering is? Raise your hands if you know what prompt engineering is. Okay, lower them for a second. Let's go to a different direction for a second. How many people have seen some of the Marvel superhero movies? Raise your hand. If all of you guys better raise your hands. They're awesome, right? How many people have seen Tony Stark? Iron Man, right? Iron Man right there. He's a little bit of an Iron Man. Strong guy. Okay, now, how many people have seen Tony Stark interact with Jarvis? You guys should all be raising your hands. That's just prompt engineering, right? That's all it is. He's asking very complex questions, run a mathematical model using the following algorithm to drive me up, blah, 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 right? But at the end of the day, it's just a prompt engineering. So here's the question. You guys should, now, having said that, does everybody know what prompt engineering is? Raise your hands if you do now. Okay, does anybody, raise your hands if you don't know now after that explanation. Good. One, stop. Just kidding. So, question number one, Manish.
Okay.
Have you used prompt engineering in your business?
Yes.
In a single session, have you used it more than 5 times to continue a conversation?
Yes.
Okay, so 5. How many people in one section has used prompt engineering to get to an outcome more than 5 asks in the same session? Raise your hands. All right, let's go back for a second. Let's start with 1. Raise your hands if you used it 1. Everybody should go. Okay. Now, keep your hands up if it's more than 5. Did you do more than 10?
Nope.
Anybody done more than 10? Keep your hands high. Get that hand up high, my friend. Thank you. You know what? It's the lights. It's also our age. All right. We're slowly eliminating people. What about 15? 2 so far. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. Don't jump. What about 20? All right. We have, and 25. 30. Okay. Perfect. So my point is this, as we go through this, I want you guys to think about something. The most that I've done is 27, all right? And it was for financial analysis. So what we're trying to do with artificial intelligence in general is we're trying to get to the mindset that all it is a super, super smart individual that you can ask. Now, the thing that's interesting is people say all the time, well, it makes mistakes, or I see outcomes and this. That's true. Do you have a CFO?
No. I mean, my partner does that job.
You have a CFO, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have to explain to your CFO what you want?
No.
Do they ever make mistakes and you have to try to go back and repeat it?
Yes.
Do they fix it?
Yes.
Welcome to the world of using prompt engineering, you guys. Okay? That's the challenge that we're seeing that we want people to overcome, is because it is technology driven, it doesn't get a grace, it doesn't skate along because it made a mistake. Is that a fair statement? Why? Our employees all make mistakes because they don't understand what's in our head. So people get frustrated. And I want all of you guys, if there's some takeaways before we get into the demo, is I want you guys to take away, just think of it as you have access to the smartest group of people here, and you can just ask them questions, and if the outcome comes, and I'm going to tell you, it's going to get a lot better. Little story real quickly. I was just talking with somebody. Who knows what IBM Watson is? Now Watson X. Raise your hands. Okay. Yep. So when Watson first came out, they uploaded the Urban Dictionary into the corpus to train IBM. Has anybody ever read the Urban Dictionary? What's inside the Urban Dictionary? Speak loud. Give him a mic real quick. Fred, just grab them. Speak loud. What happens in the Urban Dictionary?
Just slang, bad words, curse words, origins of all that.
Yep. So think about this for a second. Has anybody had a child that accidentally heard the wrong word? Can they unlearn that word? Can you pull it out of the vocabulary? No, right? If they use an improper word, guess what? That's there, right? And they think it's funny. What do you think happened when they uploaded the Urban Dictionary into the corpus? What do you think happened? It started spitting out swear words, okay? So, just interesting little story, right? Did that mean that IBM stopped? No, they just kind of figured it was a pain in the ass for them. So the point is, when we get away with this, and you guys are all interested, we have to leverage this, the component of AI, whatever is generative languages, video, it doesn't matter, imagery, we have to leverage it better. How many of you guys are using it for what-if scenarios financially? Raise your hands. Hi, I know, but I'm old. If you don't mind, I need to thank you so much for raising your hand high. Okay, so here's a question for you guys. The ones that raise their hands, that's good. The ones that have not raised their hands but have used AI, raise your hands if you've used AI, something in a prompt engineer, but you have not done financials with it. More than you. Raise your hands. So not everybody's using it. Here's a question for you. Why not? Why not? Anybody have a good answer for that? Never thought. That's a fair answer. That is a fair answer. That is the #1 answer that we get when we consult with clients. Right?
Sure.
It's the #1 answer. #1 answer is I never thought about it. I never thought about these things. So as we get out of this demo, that we're going to hop into in a second, what I want you guys to think about is this. I want you to start to say the what if in your mind. What if I knew this? What if I knew that I could go and analyze all this information? What if, instead of going and doing spreadsheets, I could just upload, or just upload some financials and say, change my gross margin from 27% to 28%. What does that do to my financials? Because I used to, when I was in the retail world, I used to play that game a lot. Fred, you did too, right? Fred was in the retail world along with me in different businesses, but like years ago. And you always play your gross margins. You say, what if I could do the average ticket would go from
100,000.
Well, average ticket. Let's say average ticket at McDonald's or whatever it might be, or even in your business.
$10.
What about your business, right? What if you could change your labor cost?
Sure.
What if all this, right? So, but yet we go through this big process and we go do this stuff. It takes a lot of time. I tried it in those 27 prompts and I got 17 different outcomes. I was able to analyze it. And also, really importantly, I verified a couple of things. I verified everything, and I did find a couple of mistakes. So what? Because my CFO screwed that up a lot more years ago to a different industry, right? So it wasn't that big of a deal. So I want you guys to imagine right now the what-if questions. And if I were running a business, if I were you guys, it was your business. I don't care if it's B2B, I don't care if it's B2C, I don't care if it's a technology, I don't care if it's retail, I don't care if it is international product, I don't care if it's e-commerce, I don't care about anything. I would come up with 10 questions today of the what-ifs. If you could sit in front of the leading expert in the world, what would you ask them? And then I want you to put them into all three of the generative languages and see what happens.
But don't just use financials. For those of you who have been confused about Google Analytics 4 and what all that data can tell you, I challenge you to, this afternoon, if you got access to that data, grab one of those reports and ask it what that tells you. You're going to be shocked. Then ask it, what can I do to improve this? Yeah. And you're going to be shocked. It's much more than just creating an email. It's much more than just creating a blog. All right? It's going to be a very, very smart assistant.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you, Fred. Manish, you're on the same page?
Sounds good.
So, all right, before we get into the presentation, I have one more thing to go over. So, what we're trying to do as part of this thing is we have this thing that we have a roadmap of how we think the next 2 years are going to fold out in using AI to stay competitive. Because if everybody's doing, I'll use a, if we're all going to go into sports and we're all going to choose, pick a sport for me. Soccer. Who said soccer? Thank you. Do you have a favorite team? Yes. Who are they? LAFC. Of course, right? Okay. So if we're all playing on the team and and everybody in the league takes steroids, did we just level the playing field, kind of, because we're all doing it? No, but if everybody does it, if our team just does it, nobody else does it, we're ahead, right? But what if the entire league does it? Now it's kind of, we're all using steroids, so it's a crass example. So we think that as people are all using these generative languages, that means that while the outcomes may be different, we're all kind of level playing field. So we've come up with a little bit of a roadmap that we want you guys to think about, okay? Roadmap number one is blueprinting. So what the heck does blueprinting mean in this arena? Your turn. No idea? That was not fair. I put you on the spot. What do you think? Blueprinting. Guess.
I guess.
Everybody stare at Manish.
You mean the roadmap?
Roadmap, yeah. So what it is actually is you're taking all your departments and you're looking at high value, low cost implementation, figuring where to start with using AI to improve you transform your business. Okay, that's what we think is number one. It's very simple, but it's a very simple concept, very powerful. But you don't know where to start sometimes. So you start with blueprinting. But the second thing is then, yes, creative prompt engineering, think of Tony Stark.
But back on the blueprinting, anything that's a repeatable task, it's a prime candidate for to get more better production from an AI tool.
That's exactly right. It's better production. So we go from blueprinting to prompt engineering, think Tony Stark, and the last one is apps. And Fred actually came up with this. I don't know if anybody else has. I wish he would have trademarked it. But it stands for Artificial Intelligence Platform Stacking. And that's what this is. What that means is we think the creative side of implementing or stacking different tools, because then we get to be more creative, right?
So these are ready-to-use tools?
Yes, they're ready-to-use tools, but you're putting together like a jigsaw puzzle, right? You're using voice enhancement. You're using image enhancement. You're using video or whatever it might be. And by smashing them together, you're adding more creativity. And so when you add, go back to the slide for a second, Fred, the roadmap. We think as you look at these blueprinting, prompt engineering, you put these things together, that's how in about 2 years, we'll be able to be more competitive using AI, because at that point, everybody will be level.
Okay.
Probably by then, because the way we're speeds, right? Make sense?
Sure.
Okay, so now, if it's okay with you guys, who's created videos for their business in this room? Raise your hands. Hi, you guys are really hurting me today. I'm old, man. Come on, thank you. You guys are kind. And how long ago did you create the video? Go, anybody else create a video from 5 years ago? You have. Was it a pain? It was a pain, right? Okay. So there's a challenge going on, right? If we think about it. Challenge is the following. We are ingesting more information through video than we ever have, and that's gaining more momentum than everybody. Is that a fair statement? You guys all watching, especially if you go below my age, right? Or way younger. Video is the way we have to interact to get our message across if we're not in person, right? So 5 years ago, it was not really for small businesses. It wasn't, I don't know how who said that 5 years ago? You did, right?
Yeah.
Young lady, okay. So yes, you in the front, behind you. When I created a video, it was about 10 years ago, and it was 18,000 bucks. And the other problem was, when the video was done, we actually didn't like it. Right? We did this thing. It was a video game business involved with, and they started out with like this library in the background, kind of saying, hey, if you go to this library's quiet, but the store you go to is loud and fun. And we looked at it and we went, oh, that sucks. 18 grand, but what do you think happens? You laughed because you know, right? You're screwed. You're stuck with the video. Or you cough up another $18,000, maybe it's a heck of a lot of money. So, how many people, but I think you guys had 3, how many of you guys believe that video is a good way to utilize to get across your message to your audience? Raise your hands. If there's anybody that doesn't think that's the case, you got to rethink it, okay? The reality of it is that's how you get your message across. Today, we're going to show you a video. We did one not too long ago, right? The World Korean Business Convention. We're going to showcase a healthcare company that Fred is going to show live, okay? And the reason we chose healthcare is because for some of you guys that are investing, or some of you guys that are startups in the healthcare field, one of the hardest concepts to get across is video in the healthcare, whether it's med device or healthcare software, right? It's a hard thing to translate on paper. It certainly sucks on a website, doesn't it? Right? Have you done that before? Showed somebody done a website, healthcare?
Healthcare video?
Yeah.
It's very hard, yeah.
It's hard, right? Okay, so today we're going to show you guys how to do this, and then we're going to talk a little bit about the benefits of why the speed is here. So, how long would it normally take to do a video?
1 hour.
Why do you hire somebody? But why? A couple of days, right? Why?
Takes them long.
So, okay, so this is really important because that's actually the right thing to do, or it was. But check this out. It takes you a certain amount of time to get your video message across to the person you hire, right? And they usually they don't get it perfect. It's impossible to get in our heads, right? Impossible. I know Manish very well, okay? He's a good friend. I really appreciate him. I still can't get in his head. I can't get in your head to figure out. You have to explain to me multiple times. So, we're not saying get rid of video. If anybody's here having a video production company, don't worry. Well, you're screwed, but that's it. But what we're going to show you guys to do is by the time it took you to get your message across for what you want, you'll be able to create a video or multiple videos for multiple audiences. Because how cool is it if you're going to sell to a hospital, you're trying to raise money, and you're trying to get beta users to use your software to raise your funds? 3 different audiences. So technically, shouldn't you have 3 different messages? Shouldn't we have 3 different videos to convey our message? But until now, it wasn't realistic. Unless 30 minutes to go.
Yes.
Time to go to work, Fred.
Let's get
going.
Let's get time to Fred here.
All right, so as Fred does this, he gets nervous, so everybody stare at Fred.
No, I don't get nervous.
He doesn't get nervous anymore, but still stare at him.
So
just stare at Fred.
I actually I looked up an actual company called Tempest out in Silicon Valley, and they are an artificial intelligence healthcare platform that helps connect doctors and analyze patients' data. What I did, I said, okay, I'm going to create I want to, for this particular exercise, I'm going to create my own app, and it's going to connect to Tempest, okay? Remember, Tempest is an actual app. So I said, I'm going to create my Tempest family, okay? And so it's going to connect with the Tempest data, but it's going to focus on geriatric patients in India, and it's going to help them communicate with their loved ones in the U.S. and their family, and so their family members can know how to support their loved ones using real-time medical data and help them monitor their loved ones' health in real time, okay? So I'm telling ChatGPT, help me create a 4-scene video promoting my app, create the voiceover and the images that I can use for my video, create the images using DALL-E, and make the images 16.9, photorealistic, and my target market it's India, and the images should reflect my target segment, okay? So I hit, and of course, it froze on me. But let's refresh.
Time out. Yeah.
Time out.
So Fred, this is a paid version you're
Yeah, I
using.
am using the paid version, 4.0. All right.
Yeah, because I use free and they don't have images as of now.
The paid version is $20, and I think that is a pretty good investment in your company. I'll try it again, because sometimes it happens. So as you can see, it's creating an image right now, but it's going to create so that's the first scene, and then it's creating the voiceover, okay? And I'm going to tell it to continue and create the rest of them. A month. A month.
Yeah, it's a month.
I think it's well worth the $240 a year investment. I use it a lot, several times a day. So as you can see, it created the first scene already. Here's the first, and remember I said that my target audience was Indian. All right. Then it's creating the second scene now. All right. Scene 3. And scene 4. And it looks like it forgot the other, remember what Roger said, sometimes your assistant doesn't give you what you want. It forgot to create the third and fourth images, so I'm going to remind it. Create the images for scenes 3 and 4. And if you have a typo like I did there, it doesn't matter, it still understands you. So just keep typing away. Okay? And so while it's doing that, okay, it already created the narration. So I'm going to go back, and now I'm going to take the narration, copy it, go to an app called 11 Labs, which is probably one of the better text-to voiceover apps out there right now. I believe the cost is about $10 a month. Yeah. Okay, and then I'm going to go to scene 2, copy that. Back to scene 3. Okay. And then finally scene 4. And in just a matter of seconds, it's going to develop the professional voiceover. You can select whether you want a female, a male voice, English accent. You can do it in other languages, and I'll show you that in a minute. So just tell it to generate, and while that's working, I'm going to go back to ChatGPT and see if it created the other images. So that's 3, didn't create image for scene 4.
It forgot 4, Fred?
Okay.
Mrs. Sharma living comfortably in her home in India. With the Tempest Family app, she effortlessly stays connected with her health data, bringing peace of mind to her and her family thousands of miles away.
It's still generating, so it's going to do its thing. But say, for example, you don't like the...
Across the oceans in the United States, Mrs. Sharma's daughter Anjali checks on her mother's health using the same app. In her modern kitchen, where cultures blend, Anjali finds comfort in real-time updates about her mother's well-being.
Okay. So while it's going to interrupt me again.
Despite the miles, the Tempest Family app brings them face-to-face. A simple video call on the app, and Anjali sees her mother's smiling face. It's more than a call. It's a moment of joy and reassurance. Tempest Family isn't just an app. It's a promise of care and connection. With features like emergency alerts and personalized health tips, it's not just about monitoring health. It's about nurturing family bonds, regardless of distance.
How much money would you have to pay for a professional voiceover? All right. And did you see that inflection? Yeah. Where it's a promise of care and connection, and it's slowed down? Right? And so if you made a mistake, right, you can go back and change it. Say you don't like the name Anjali. Say you want to change it to something else. You know, I want to change it to Stacy, right? And just like that, I can change this to Stacy. It doesn't really matter, and it'll change the name. Or if you had a mistake, okay? Oops. Or you want to say, call us now, right? So you forgot that. And again, you just hit generate, and in less than a minute, you're going to have a new voiceover. All right? Very, very, very powerful stuff. Okay, now I go back to ChatGPT, and I just simply say...
Mrs. Sharma living comfortably in her home in India. With the Tempest Family app, she effortlessly stays connected with her health data, bringing peace of mind to her and her family thousands of miles away. Okay,
I'm going to stop it. Just you get the gist of it. All right? And then I just quickly save the images. And I do have to warn you, it's still, image generation through AI is still in its infancy. You might see some mistakes along the way. You just have to go ahead and correct it. I've seen like 3 hands coming out of a person, 10 fingers in one hand, 2 right hands, no teeth. It's still in its infancy. You got to go back and tell your assistant to correct that.
But it easily corrects it, right?
But it easily corrects it. Now check this out. So you're not done yet. You can use this particular message across different segments. So for example, I'm going to tell it, create the voiceover script in Hindi. All right? So now it's going to create it in Hindi. And I can then take, and I'm only going to take the first slide and bring it over to 11 Labs. And you can have, say you have target markets across the country, whether it be, or across the world, whether it be China, India, Latin America. You can get that same script, have ChatGPT translate it, and then generate that voiceover in that language. Okay?
And also culturally oriented too.
And yeah, and also
culturally, like right for the different areas.
Yeah, and then right for the different areas.
शर्मा जी से जो भारत में अपने घर में आराम से रह रही हैं। टेम्पस फैमिली ऐप के साथ वह अपने स्वास्थ्य डेटा को आसानी से जुड़ी रहती हैं, जिससे उन्हें और उनके परिवार को हजारों मील दूर रहते हुए भी शांति मिलती है। मिलिए शर्मा जी से जो भारत में अपने घर में
Okay, so I mean, again, just to show you.
That was how was that, Manish?
How
that was
did that
good?
sound?
Okay.
Right?
Good stuff so far?
Yeah.
We're not done yet, but that was actually
We're not
wow.
done yet, yeah.
Fred's never got an early applause. That was actually good. Can we do that one more time for Fred? A little applause. All right, thanks. You guys are too kind. Thanks. That was good, Fred.
So now you got to put it all together, right? Okay. So you got to put it all together. Let's just select anything here.
Make the magic happen, Fred.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Hopefully, you guys are starting to imagine how to utilize this aspect of your business as Fred's going through this. Or
I'm gonna ask it to create a logo.
You want it to create a logo off the cuff?
Yep. Okay, so we can brand this this app. All right. And again, what's that?
It'll think a little bit.
Yeah, no, it'll think a little bit, but it's gonna do it. All right, and so there's a logo. Okay. I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna go back here, add a page, upload the image of the logo. I'm gonna say, just set the image as the background. Oops, I don't like that. Okay. Just match some of the brand colors. Okay. Then here we can start uploading. Oops. We can start uploading our rest of the images. Okay. Yeah.
So far, it was about 15 minutes so far from when I stopped talking to when he started building. 10 minutes? Okay.
So remember, they gave me 10 minutes to do this. So it's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be pretty good.
For 10 minutes, it's not bad.
Okay, so then all you have to do now is get rid of the stuff you don't like. Okay, I'm going to upload the images. So in order. Yeah.
Fred, you're just putting this in Canva right now, right?
I'm putting this in Canva.
Okay.
Okay. Duplicate some of the stuff, and then okay, this is here. Okay. Again, I'm duplicating this since they only gave me, they took 5 minutes away from me. So.
My fault. That was my fault, yeah. Sorry, Fred.
All right, I'm gonna duplicate this. Okay, which one am I missing? Okay. Yep. Okay, so there is the template of the video. Now we uploaded the audio, okay, which is this one. Do it there, grab a little bit of music. Okay, let's use this one. All right, again, let's see. Okay, now we can start doing transitions here. Okay, do some transitions. All right. Okay, let's see if our timing we'll have to correct some of the timings, but we can start.
Mrs. Sharma, living comfortably in her home in India.
Okay, so we're gonna have to move this a little bit here.
Meet Mrs. Sharma, living comfortably in her home in India. With the
Again, I'm trying to show you, correct some of the timings, but just so you can get the idea of what's possible in the 5 seconds that they gave me. All right.
Meet Mrs. Sharma living comfortably in her home in India. With the Tempest Family app, she effortlessly stays connected with her.
And so you can start, at this point, you can start adding some of the captions, you know, in here, and start really getting your message across. Stay connected. Could be a good one. And you can even have the AI write you the captions for each slide. And all right, let's start again.
Meet Mrs. Sharma living comfortably in her home in India. With the Tempest Family app, she effortlessly stays connected with her health data, bringing peace of mind to her and her family thousands of miles away. Across the oceans in the United States.
I'm trying to get the timings right, but you get the idea.
Across the oceans in the United States, Mrs. Sharma's daughter Anjali checks on her mother's health.
Okay, so let's switch that around a little bit. Get some of the timing down. Get some of the transitions down.
Meet Mrs. Sharma living comfortably in her home in India.
Yeah.
With the Tempest Family app, she effortlessly stays connected with her health data, bringing peace of mind to her and her family thousands of miles away. Across the oceans in the United States, Mrs. Sharma's daughter Anjali checks on her mother's health using the same app. In her modern kitchen, where cultures blend, Anjali finds comfort in real-time updates about her mother's well-being. Despite the miles, the Tempest Family app brings them face-to-face.
But you get the idea, right? Yeah. So. And we did that in probably, 8-9 minutes? Now, if we had a little bit more time, we can get the timings correct, the transitions correct, the captions correct. Maybe we don't like an image, we go back and correct it. You can do a very professional video, probably just a little bit under an hour, in case you have a pitch, like a pitch deck that you have to do, a quick promotion, a quick elevator pitch that you have to do, just send it over in an email, try to get those callbacks. You can do that at your lunchtime, have it sent out. This happened this morning. I helped a client do one this morning. We had to cut our session short, and we met again an hour and a half later. She sent the email out using a video. While we were talking, she got a call from a prospect, which, she was really happy because it was a startup. So it's possible for you to start marketing your companies, getting your message out, looking professional at a budget.
All right, what do you guys think? Good? Thumbs up? Okay. So we have about 7 minutes left. Fred, let's go back to the slide of the top 10 that Manish wanted us to show in terms of like some of the products that are out there that are available. In the meantime, does anybody have any questions or comments? Yes.
Real quick, before you do that,
Yeah.
one of the things that when Roger brought up that you can keep asking things questions, what if I were to say, I'm happy with the video, but I want to create a social media campaign using this script?
Oh yeah, this is cool. Forgot about that one too, right? Because
Add emojis.
Now you have an asset that you can use.
Okay. So now you're creating a whole encompassing campaign, right? And you can do all of that during your lunch. All right? And then have an assistant post it and send it out. Once you do the QC on it, have your assistant send it out. You can be very, very productive in an hour using the power of AI.
Thanks, Fred. All right, so thank you very. Oh, that was good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Q&A. Q&A time. We'll go.
Yeah, thank you for the demo. It's pretty amazing. Right here. Sorry.
Oh, got it.
Thank you for the demo. It's pretty amazing. Just 2 questions. Can you do animated videos like cartoon characters and talking to each other and stuff. And the second is, is it possible to do modeling and using models to talk to each other and stuff too? Or is it just pictures with voiceover, like actual video? Right?
So on the graphic side, I think it's still not quite there, Fred.
Well, you can do video. It's still not quite there yet. People are using it to do movies. It's doing a decent job, but it's still not quite there. There's avatars that you can do. You can actually take a picture yourself, send it into an AI company. They'll correct the lighting. You can send a 1-minute recording of your voice, and now you can do avatars of yourself saying whatever you want in whatever language you want in any kind of video. So it's not quite where you want it to be, but it's going to get there.
It's almost there. And what we've been told, or because we follow, and you look at the speed of the transition of how fast things are moving, how good they get, I wouldn't be surprised by February you could do it. I mean, that's moving that fast.
Hello, my name's Noah Fong, and I have a question here. Since AI is being trained on non-copyrighted data, can anything made using information from it be copyrighted? And what are the limits of using AI-generated content for profit?
Yeah, that's always a tough question that comes up, right? And so...
There's actually, there was a Supreme Court case that said you can't copyright it, okay? Because you can't copyright images or anything like that. So it's still up in the air. And also, you have artists suing AI companies because they've used their images to learn. And so it's creating images like, original images, like the ones they would create. So the artists are saying, if you use my knowledge to make it learn, then you have to pay me. So it's still up in the air a little bit, but right now I think you cannot copyright stuff. Images, you can't copyright images.
But for now, you can still use it to generate profit or to advertise.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Somebody else was, yes. He's got the microphone right there. There you go.
Yeah, my name is Gunjan Bagla, and thanks for the very impressive demo. I was wondering, we still have to use multiple tools to get where we want. And it seems to me that soon enough, Canva will need to integrate these features into Canva itself, or Microsoft Word would integrate them, and LinkedIn will integrate them, and that's where people will be able to get the most value, so they are not having to stitch together all of these different functions. How far away do you think that is? First of all, is that realistic? And if so, how far away is that?
So an all-in-one tool.
Yeah, so it's funny, we talk about that all the time with some of the people that we kind of interact with, and that question, and we're looking at time, by the way. So the kind of like back going to the years ago, if you go back to the days of Google, right, when we launched and we got out of the .com arena, there will be a landscape there's a rush right now of a landscape of all these little tools, right? And then you've got your big guys like your Canvas, you've got your, Runway AI, which is up there. That's not going to probably go away anywhere. It'll be bought. And so the answer is really, it's a tough one, right? When you look at it and say, are they going to integrate all of these new tools, and do they want to? So I'd answer it a different way right now. I would answer it and say that as you're evaluating the tools, because when you look at speed-wise, this is super fast, right? The value of this is insane. What I would be looking at more so is in the smaller companies that are not very large, right? The ones that you don't know about. I would be more interested in looking at the development side of things, and from an investment standpoint, which I'm not answering your question, but I'm kind of answering it, making sure that they're going to survive. Because I think more importantly, it's about what companies are going to survive the landscape as they're all jumping in, and whether your Canva purchases, Remedy or one of these programs and integrates it or not. I mean, that could be a year, 24 months, because you guys all know that on the investment side, there's a lot of money going into AI right now. And when there's money going into an industry, typically those companies are trying not to sell because they're all in that growth stage of capturing dollars, right? And then the shakeout occurs about 2 to 3 years later. Money dries up. And then all of a sudden, those ones that didn't raise, they're left in the landscape. And sometimes your Canvas or your bigger companies will pick them up for pennies on the dollar.
Yeah, and OpenAI recently, it's been about 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
That they integrated DALL-E into ChatGPT. That wasn't happening before. They integrated Bing into ChatGPT. Now you can actually build your own custom GPTs as well.
Yeah.
To answer your question, it's not here now quite yet, but it will be there.
Sorry, guys. I know. So listen, we're around if you have questions in the back. So I want to wrap up. There's some recommendations or tools that Manish wanted us to share that are on the back. We're not going to go through them. The ABAOC and the SBDC are partnering up in January, and we're going to be launching a certificate program for AI. It's a 4-week program. By the way, everything through the SBDC is already funded, so it's no cost to anybody. It has 4 components to it, or 4 weeks. Generate a video, overview of AI, how do you optimize your website, and there's one more, and I forget, paid advertising, I believe. And it's in combination of group sessions, 1 hour virtual, and then one-on-one session per week to implement the strategy into your actual business, okay? So it's a commitment of about 8 to 10 hours. It's limited to 20 people. And we just want to make people aware of it. I think it starts January 18th, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that. And if you guys are interested, please see Manish, Fred, or myself outside.
Yeah,
and thank you.
Just reach out to Ashish, and he should be able to get the information. So thank you. Thanks Fred
guys.
And Roger.
If you can hang tight, if I can ask Anshuman and Azad from our board of directors to please come up on stage to present the gift to Roger and Fred. Myself? What? Why do you want to ruin a perfectly good picture? And for the panel here, it's good stuff. And also I want to mention that TiE SoCal is partnered with ABAOC as well. So we will keep our members up to date on that information as well. But next group we have up on stage is going to be led by Venkat Kadanki. Geez, I can't even say your name, Venkat. Tadanki. He is a board member of TiE SoCal. He is the managing partner of Anvaya Ventures. He is a 3-time founder and successful exited entrepreneur. He does a lot of investing. He's very much a seasoned investor now, part of some venture funds that have invested in companies like Flipchart and a number of very successful companies. So he is going to lead the next session, and he will be introducing the gentleman that he's going to be speaking with. So please welcome Venkat and his group on the stage here.
Can you all hear me? Yeah. If I can take the opportunity to invite Surbhi and Sandy, the expert panelists. Here is my plan. As they're coming in, while I'll introduce them to you, unlike a typical normal fireside chat or a panel discussion, I'll actually ask you guys, because you've been here for a few hours now listening to various aspects of AI. So what is it about AI and the enterprise, or AI and the end customer, please, that you would want to know? And then we will structure the discussion around that to sort of make it that much more all-inclusive and get everybody's participation. But before that, let me just take a moment to introduce the panelists. To my right here is Surbhi Kaul. Surbhi has done her engineering from IIT Kanpur, did masters in computer science in the US. She's also done general management from Harvard Business School, general management degree. And she's worked on in a bunch of tech giants like Google, including YouTube and Netflix and Cisco, and focused on launching a variety of products for the last 10 plus years, specifically focused on AI. So She has a lot of knowledge and experience related to that. She's currently the Senior VP, CTO, and Head of Global Customer Experience at Juniper. She also is an adjunct professor at UCLA, Anderson School of Business. So that's Surbi call for you. And to her right is...
I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you move the chairs up forward?
Okay.
Thank you.
We need just 3 chairs.
Yeah.
So is this good? Yeah.
It's now.
All right, this is just to make sure that nobody is sleeping. We're going to check whether...
We can jump right off and come
Yeah.
to you if you sleep.
So coming back to Sandeep, AKA Sandy. Sandy is a B.Tech, again, like most folks who are entrepreneurs here. He is an MBA from, I mean, if Surbi is from Harvard Business School, he said, why not India? He's an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. He worked in Microsoft, he worked in Ingersoll Rand, which is when he had this, I guess, the entrepreneur bug bite him, and he started this company. It's about 10 years ago, 8, 9 years ago, when he, along with 2 other people, had come to me. They had this business which was doing some play in data, threatening to get into AI, and they were at about $1 million revenue at that point of time. I was one of the guys who, one of the 12 or 15 people who were willing to buy their story and say, okay, let's give it a shot, and we invested there. Fast forward to today, it's the company called Innovation, it's about $140 million. The last round of valuation was at about $3.2 billion. They have a bunch of big... They have a bunch of huge investors with them, which you can all check on the website. And most importantly, they are making a big play in AI. And you may not be aware, but 1 in every 6 US citizens is on their platform today. It's about 60+ million people on their system, which is proprietary. So anyway, that is the introduction of the 2 expert panelists I have here. And before I actually ask them the questions, I want to ask you folks maybe a couple of questions that you may have based on what you've heard so far and based on the fact that we want to talk about Gen AI and its impact on the enterprise and customer. What are the kind of questions you would like them to address and answer? And I hope you'll make it really difficult and tough for them. Yes, Smita.
Thanks, Venkat. So after hearing everybody, the couple of things that come to my mind are, where are the most impact of generative AI? Which fields and industries do you see that in the next 5 years? And the second part to it is, how do you differentiate between, because it levels the playing field for people who know little and people who know a lot, how do you differentiate between the experts and the non-experts?
Great. We can take that question after we also hear one more, so that way we can... Yes.
The idea is to ensure everyone is awake in the room and we get participation, but please.
So thank you. My name is Shashi Tripathi. I'll just add to this, from the investment perspective in Gen AI, there's so much going on, and there's, in some words, I don't know, I should use the word crap. There's so much crap also going on. How do you identify the right investment? So that's one. And second, where do we see this industry evolving? I mean, I hear this adaptive AI now. So on top of Gen AI, how do we see the adaptive AI going forward on top of Gen AI? And not just on the front end, but also on the back end. NVIDIA and some of the chip manufacturing, they are adding some more enhancement on top of it. So where do you guys see that industry moving forward? So 2 questions, adaptive and also in the back end, the hardware, where is that going forward into the future?
Oh, these are two excellent questions, and we can use these to sort of kick off the discussions. Um, I agree with you. Actually, one of my problems when, in the recent past at least, when various companies used to come to me is trying to figure out, is that just a macro Excel that got built over there that is passing off as AI, or is there real AI there? What is that? You know, I mean, what real stuff goes on? So maybe we can start off with these questions that, without me really repeating, and maybe Sandy, you can talk about, you know, from Innovator's point of view, how exactly did you do that? Sure. How did you even identify the gap as he's talking about of what's the real gap there, and sure, what did you do in terms of the end result for the enterprise?
Yeah, so from a generative AI perspective, again, as a company, Innovator is working with providers and payers, and what we do for them is, like, we are a data platform, so we sit on top of their systems, EHRs that they have, clinical claims, social determinants of health. We bring all this data together into a patient 360, and then do downstream analytics and workflows associated with it, right? So that's the core of what we do. And again, we are present today, Venkat talked about, in a number of systems that are there. Again, in some way or form, I think that AI has been inbuilt into the product all throughout. So if you think about things like machine learning, natural language processing to deal with the unstructured data, all that was a part of it. But even when the AI, the latest kind of thing, the generative AI got launched, I think as a company, we just launched onto it. And when I say launched, we looked at it more as an existential threat question, because from our perspective, the way that we experienced it was that this is not just a hype cycle. This is something that is going to become a status quo. This is going to be something that will become a hygiene factor. So as an organization, if you don't adopt it, then you will be left behind and you will get kind of relegated in the overall scheme of things. So that's how we thought about it, and we started thinking that, you know what are the different use cases where we can deploy generative AI kind of use cases. I still remember that sitting early this year in January, we built up this map in terms of X and a Y axis, where X axis was that what is easy, so what is tough and easy from generative AI perspective, and then from a healthcare perspective where we work, what is easy or tough for them. So we went after the easy generative AI use cases and the easy kind of healthcare use cases, because we thought those are the easiest for our customers to start using. We actually even went ahead and launched our entire suite of products. We call it Sara. Sara is like the Gen Z version of Saraswati. So the idea was that, hey, you know what, we are going to go back to our customers and provide that wisdom and all those kind of things. But again, like the way that at Innovator, at least we thought about it, is that this is not just one of those cycles, hype cycles that gets built up. If you do not adapt to it, it will kind of relegate you in the overall scheme of things. So, and I can go in much depth talking about the use cases and stuff, but yeah, Surbhi, over to you.
I'm assuming BJP did not have a role in naming it Saraswati instead of Sarah.
So one thing that we have realized is that, especially in the healthcare world, when you bring these kind of uniqueness factor in front of the customers, your customers love it. Like when you tell them the story that, hey, why did you name them Sarah from Saraswati? Our customers and prospects absolutely love it. It becomes a huge icebreaker. So yeah, working great for us.
That's wonderful. I like that story. And anything you want to add to that, Surbhi, and actually also to add to what you may have as a comment on that? Mm-hmm. He talked about it from his organization point of view. Could you shed some light on how would you look at it from the end customer point of view?
Yeah.
How exactly would it impact?
Yeah, so to answer that question and tie into the question that Smita asked is, like, where do you see the most impact? And I would say that every industry, every vertical, and every use case, there is ability to create impact using generative AI. And I'll just make one comment about generative AI for those of you. I'm assuming everybody is aware, so don't take it badly, but I just want to say generative AI gives that one additional capability of taking your AI and machine learning capabilities and being able to generate the answers rather than repeating something pre-canned, which used to be how the previous chatbots and previous conversational platforms used to work. So that's a huge, huge impact, and I'll talk a little more about that. But what I'm trying to say is that every place that you have, any vertical will have an impact from generative AI. But what Sandy was sharing with you, that you have to look at the low-hanging fruit. You cannot boil the ocean. You have to look at where your organization and your enterprise can get the maximum ROI. And that's how you should be looking at the use cases. Now, if I answer your question, Venkat, where we look at the customer experience. Now, customer experience is something which actually begins even before somebody becomes your customer. When they're visiting your websites, attending your webinars, trying to learn about your products and processes, then going into pre-sales and sales cycle, and then post-sales you go into customer success, customer support, etc. Every touch point is where you're impacting your experience and your engagement with your customer. And guess what? Each of those places, you have ability to have better conversations, right? Which is where this conversational AI comes into play, where you can have personalized conversations, which was not possible before. We had very deterministic kind of conversations in chatbots, which a lot of times led to dead ends. And so people have a lot of fatigue with this conversational platforms and chatbots. So we now have the ability to really redo and revitalize that engagement, personalize it, have sentiment analysis, and really be able to meet our customers where they are in the journey in a very impactful way. So I'm very hopeful that with generative AI, we'll be able to do a lot more impactful things in building those relationships and trust with our customers.
Which actually brings up another question in my mind. Would any of these strategies that you're talking about change depending on the company that you're working with? Like, for instance, you're with Juniper. You have one set of customers. I mean, he is with Innovator. They have a bunch of members, should we call them, or patients or whatever. And there may be somebody else selling to the end customer, the Amazon equivalent. Yeah. Would you be looking at each of these things very differently when you're looking at Gen AI? I mean, and what becomes relevant where?
Sure. So again, for generative AI, you have to also think about what kind of end goals are you trying to achieve. From our perspective, when we started thinking about it, we thought from a typical P&L perspective, hey, you know what, you can use generative AI, first of all, to improve your gross margin. And that is from an innovator vantage point, right? Like, if you have to improve your gross margin, that means you have to reduce your COGS. So what are the opportunities to reduce your COGS? And that meant that, hey, you know what, for us, we have to do data integration, and can we use generative AI now to help in auto mapping of the data streams coming in? And if you can do that, my engineer today spends, let's say, 40% lesser time than what they were doing earlier. So immediately there is a COGS impact for us, and our gross margin increases. And for example, our gross margin was 74%, nowadays at 78% because of that fact, right? So that is one aspect. Now you start thinking about further that, hey, you know what, from a below the line perspective, like, or below the gross margin perspective, let's say you are talking about the sales and marketing cost, can that improve further? Hey, we used to have, first of all, inside sales team that would do all these generations, and when I say generations in terms of email campaigns and write down the content, all of that can now be automated. So we still have those people, but now they're doing top of their kind of skill set kind of work, where your content is generated, they can just press a button and set the emails out, and even that can be automated. They are just being much more smarter in kind of responses to give to the prospects to bring them to a meeting. So your sales and marketing, you are making more with the same amount of dollars that are spending. Similarly, R&D, we heard about a lot of experience and like examples earlier that how engineers are able to code better, faster, with more efficiency, with faster bug catches that they're able to do. So there is an impact over there. So if you go through your P&L, just internally, you have that impact. And I have still not talked about the revenue, by the way. From a revenue perspective, like again, since we are in healthcare, so we thought about that, hey, you know what, the biggest impact that we can create, and we are in SoCal, right? So the country witnessed one of the biggest strikes in Kaiser Permanente earlier this year. The biggest challenge that the customers were facing at that point in time was that doctors were spending or are spending 10 to 12 hours on a daily basis. And there is this formal term that they coin as pajama time, that even when they're going at the home, they're still coding in the system because of all the patients that they saw during the day. huge opportunity for you to scribe it in an automated way via an ambient tech kind of a setup, right? So the point of that example is that if you look across yourself as a business, even from an internal operation perspective, irrespective of the type of business you are, you can create a huge impact. And obviously from a top line perspective, the revenue, depending on what things you can sell to and to whom you can sell, there is obviously an impact. But one thing, irrespective of anything that is sure, is that this tech has a huge generational impact, a paradigm shift in how you operate. You either fall in line and you run with it, or you will just get left behind.
Yeah, and if I can add to that, all very valid points that Sandy is making in the healthcare space and specific, ways to save costs as well as build value. And to answer your question, that this is actually applicable across all industry, right? Whether AWS is doing it or whether Juniper is doing it. The only thing is that the training of the data would be different based on the vocabulary that is relevant for your industry and your use case. But the ability to save costs is the same. That if you use generative AI, you can really build efficiency. And I think the other question that Smita had asked, and Smita, I remember your question, sorry, we'll come back to your questions too. The other question she had asked was like, how are you up-leveling the skills, or like how you differentiate? So a lot of the commonly and repeatable tasks can be automated through Gen AI, but you still need the human in the loop, which is where you're adding the value. So you're trying to upskill your teams to take, or even your engineering teams, to take the common components that can be built easily through Gen AI, even the coding bits, and then you build on top of that. You are doing the high-value work. That's where you're trying to save costs. So you're making each one of your engineers more efficient, and you're saving costs. The other side you look at is, outside of this operational aspect, is can you bring more value in your products to be able to give your customers more value from your products? And that's where you're impacting the revenue. So you are trying to bring your costs down, and you're trying to bring enough value in your products that you're able to sell at a higher price point, because now you are in the value game rather than just a pricing competition. So every industry can think of it like that.
Or even retain the same price.
Yeah, retain. Exactly.
And is there any difference between B2B versus B2C as how you would look at it? Any comments on that?
Yeah, if I can just add to that, because I have been in both the places. I spent almost a decade in Google and YouTube, like you shared. I think in B2C, in the consumer-facing solutions and applications, always had this in mind that you have to think of your end user getting really easy adoption and onboarding and everything. And now with AI capabilities and insights, I find B2B is also moving in that area, which is why customer experience has become so relevant in B2B. If I look at 10 years ago, that was not the case. But now you will see CX organizations being stood up in most of the B2B companies, especially because you want to bring these capabilities of having better engagements with your customers, easier onboarding, easier way to get value through AI and ML capabilities. So yes, absolutely. We are trying to merge those two ways of thinking into the same.
Yeah. No, just to add, I think this is one of those things that probably the adoption in both the B2B side and the B2C side goes at the same kind of speed. B2C typically is always a little bit faster because easier decision making. And for example, each one of us is in the room is a consumer of generative AI in one or the other form, because we are using our email, and that is now heavily influenced by the way the generative AI is making suggestive actions for you as to what to write, what not to write. So easier adoption, I think, happens in the B2C space, but B2B, and coming from a healthcare kind of an industry, healthcare is the most conservative industry you can think about on this planet, right? The tech typically is 10 years behind than what every other industry is. But even in healthcare, the kind of interest that the buyers and the users are having about generative AI is just mind-boggling. Obviously there is concerns and fear and what can happen and all those kind of stuff, but the fact that folks want to try it out and use it and see whether it works for them or not is very, very inspiring.
Yeah, great, thanks. Actually, coming back to the question he had as looking at it as an investor, sure. I mean, one thing that struck me, and I thought I should ask you both this question, in talking to some of the guys that I'm involved with in retail and in big data analytics kind of thing, and I don't know if this is true across the board amongst the audience, what I find is there was a time when they were all convinced that this so-called AI is all really positioning and marketing exercise, that, I say I have AI, I say I have this, that, etc., so it looks cool, right? But now, for the last 4 or 5 months, I'm very clearly hearing, in talking to people, that there are some real changes that are happening. And as you rightly said, Sandy, it is either get on the bus or miss it forever kind of thing, right? So, however, the thing that I heard from them is, this is resulting in greater value and greater comfort and greater whatever benefits, but not necessarily greater revenue. They're saying it's all becoming like more efficient, better understanding of the consumer, etc., but it is not really translating into the enterprise getting higher revenue, which goes back to what I think Surya Gumadi was saying in the morning, saying that they did something and they saved 40% in terms of costs, and then the client came and said, give me back the 40%, right? And so they had to do that. So you can understand if it's a service business, but I'm talking about product businesses, even there, where the end customer is like an individual retail kind of person. It's like almost millions of them are demanding the old price, the greater, better value. Any comments on that? Is that true or not true?
No, absolutely. So I think generative AI, the lowest hanging fruits over there are to reduce the cost, without a doubt, because you can improve the efficiency of an individual. So be that at a COGS point of view or the R&D, as I was explaining earlier, you will reduce the cost. Those are the low hanging fruits. I think from an additional revenue generating opportunity, we are still in the very early innings of those use cases, because even if you think about this tech, like it was right around this time, it was launched last year when the ChatGPT became the talk of the town. And so if you think about it from a revenue generating aspect of it, it is still in early innings, because even if you are charging a premium to your customers today, to the point that was made in the earlier panel, the customer will get smart enough and say that, hey, you know what, your costs are actually going down, so help reduce. Or even if they don't ask you, your competition will come and give a lower cost and you will get disrupted at the core of it. So I think revenue-wise, is there a potential to increase it? Depends on every use case that is being thought about. And from a ROI perspective on each of those use cases, it just in B2B cycles takes a little bit more time to validate it and then justify that, hey, you know what, the top line impact is there for the customer, so I'll increase the revenue of my services or product that I am selling to you. So my point over there, Venkat, being that services is the lowest hanging fruit, or the COGS part of it is the lowest hanging fruit, so everyone will improve their gross margin, my sense is. But will it have an impact, everlasting impact on revenue, that the pie became larger, is still to be defined.
So one simple question to you, Sandy. Sarah, AKA Saraswati, did that result in greater revenue for Innovaccer from the same customers?
You are talking like I'm a board member, but I did not take any revenue commit for this year. For next year, yes, we are doing it. But our understanding is that it will end up hurting so we have 3 pillars. This is the 3rd pillar. It will end up sabotaging some of our revenue coming from the 1st pillar itself. So that will go into that bucket. But if we don't do it, then anyway, somebody else will just take it away.
So yeah, I completely agree with you, Sandy, that the lowest hanging fruit is how you build efficiency and lower your costs. But I also feel that there is a potential, but you have to rebrand some of your products where you are able to show additional value that you can generate through insights. So for example, if I have at Juniper, we have products where we are gathering a lot of telemetry from customers. Now, if I can take that telemetry to build insights that help avoid downtime, I'm bringing that additional value that I can say that, how can I monetize that? So I have to think of how to build the capabilities in my products to be able to show more value to the customer and be able to monetize that. But that is the million-dollar question, is what are the right insights that'll give you that value? Because customers are smart enough that they'll see that you are actually absolutely saving more time, you're becoming more efficient, you have more chatbots, you have fewer people doing your support. So it's an interesting game, and I think it'll play out over the next 2 years as we see these innovations happening in B2B. Yeah.
Which then brings me to the next question in terms of, if both of you were respectively in charge of two companies selling huge amounts of stuff to the end customer, would you put in more money into investing into, and I'm using these words as a layman, okay, into deep learning or into, I don't know, intelligent automation or into, big data analytics? Where do you put the money? Because all that I know is those who want to get into AI, the first thing they'll come out with is the amount of money needed to invest in this, but don't worry about it, the results will come later and you'll make a lot more later. So what's the right area? Any comments?
So I would think, like as an investor myself, I would never invest in an area, but in an individual. So depending on what the individual, when I say individual, the founders, the executive team, so if they have the vision, they have the fire in the belly, to use your term from earlier today, Venkat. If they have those, it doesn't really matter, because they will do the pivots. They will figure out that it is like in 2010, it was on-prem versus on cloud. Then it ended up being that, hey, machine learning is the next thing, and then the NLP, and then the AI, now the Gen AI. Now there will be adaptive AI. There will be something that will keep coming in. But again, invest in the individual. If you feel that they're doing the right thing, they will figure it out on their own. I know it's not a direct answer to your question, but that's the best I can think of.
I think Venkat is looking for some suggestions on where he should invest next. And we are not going to help you out. So my point of view is, and I say this to my class that I teach as well, is that it's always, how should I say, it's very attractive to go and start building technology. But I always say, take a step back and look at what are you trying to solve first. You have to know that there's a need in the market for what you build. Whether you go into deep learning, you try and invest in data analytics, what are you trying to solve? That problem, and the market for that problem is important to understand first. And then you can determine where should you invest to be able to solve that big problem, hopefully, not go after something small and not impactful.
I had another question. As an entrepreneur, when you are building your AI systems and everything, there are two things that would worry me that I would want to find out. One is, like for instance, I know this is very basic, this is not even AI probably, but in Google, if I make the mistake of checking for a kitchen sink, for the next 20 days, I'm bombarded with various kitchen sink options available, right? I mean, now that may have been at one point of time referred to as AI, maybe not now anymore. And the thing is, in a way, it's like confirmation bias. Even if I didn't want to see a kitchen sink or I wanted to see what was wrong with it, they assume that I want to buy a kitchen sink, right? So how do you build that kind of technology where the confirmation bias part of it is removed, A, and B, related to that, I mean, AI can go wrong in many ways, right? As they say in the case of the OpenAI, for instance, saying, oh, if it falls in the wrong hands, it can be terrible. As an entrepreneur, how do I develop sort of responsible AI? Something which is ethically right. And is there a methodology, or is it left to the founders again and the fire in their bellies?
No. I wouldn't put it that way. So again, being in the context of healthcare, and I talked about earlier that how this is such a conservative market industry, and most of our customers are so kind of concerned in area of that, hey, what you're developing, how will it have the necessary equity part of it taken care of. So we went ahead, and from a responsible AI perspective, at least our worldview was, and that we have published even on our website, was that 3 things which are extremely important for us. The first thing was that always design whatever system that is there with a provider or the patient use case in mind. because they are the end user. Hopefully some kind of a bias that you were talking about earlier should be taken care of if you design the system thinking about the provider and the patient, because those are our primary consumers of the product. So that was one. The second one was that, again, take huge care of the data privacy issue. You're talking about healthcare data, which is, again, confidentiality, privacy, HIPAA is paramount. So that is there. And then the third is that as a company, be accountable and take ownership of everything that you're developing. So don't do any kind of finger pointing that once it's developed, then you say that, oh, it's not ours, it's the customer, they did something kind of stuff. So those are the kind of ethics that we have included as a part of a charter, even from an internal development perspective and as to how we are relaying out our products from a end user perspective. So hopefully with that, we should be able to create that boundary condition that whatever products that come out have been fairly tested well enough, they have been trained of enough amount of data, and then we release it out for our customers to use.
I think the question that you're talking about, Venkat, is about a lot of B2C companies, right? Where they have the ability to really take your attention and your time and attract it towards whatever advertisers they're promoting. And the moment you put in a query, then they try to understand, this would be interesting to the user, let me give more ads. This is the recommendation engines of the past. And now with generative AI, or even as we have more and more data about our consumer, it becomes that bias and that knowledge of you as a person, like your demographic information, your family information, all of that can be used to really be very prescriptive in what we show you. So whether it's the Googles or the YouTubes and the Metas of the world, they have a responsibility to ensure that user data is not being utilized in a way. And there is, like, I don't know if any of you have heard the movie Social Dilemma that was created about these companies like YouTube, and I have been there, so I should be careful in what I say. But it's true that if you look at what are these companies selling, they're actually selling your time, your attention. So it is in their best interest to figure out what would catch your attention and serve you those ads. Now, this can go to an extreme condition if you have, start using generative AI, because now you are going to be able to influence each of the user even to a larger extent. So it can, if guardrails are not created, we really can end up, this is what, all this debate in OpenAI is about, whether we should be creating these guardrails to ensure that these companies do not have the ability to take away our attention in a place which may not be considered okay or considered ethical to us. So that debate will continue for, I think, years to come. I think we're just at the, starting at the surface that is being scratched with this OpenAI debate. And I think we all should be very cognizant as we are entering this phase, because there's amazing positive potential, but there is also this downside that we should be aware of.
And that actually brings me to the point that Smita was talking about, and in terms of what does the next 5 years look like, so to speak. So I'll put it differently. I'll say, and after this, we'll open up to the floor for any questions. But your closing thoughts from both of you in terms of, with this Gen AI, what would be the 3 or 5 opportunities, and what would be the challenges? I don't care whether it's 1 or 3 or 5, whatever you think is important. What are the opportunities and what are the challenges we should be aware of?
So I can take a first swipe at it, Surbhi. I think the challenges and opportunities, again, if you look at the opportunity side of it, I'm sure if you do a simple kind of search at this point in time that mention the name of the industry and what use cases can you solve using generative AI, you will get probably 1,000 use cases. That the problem will be that, okay, just finalize the top 3, which and how it looks like. And it's extremely context dependent in terms of where as an individual you have been and where you come from. Like from a healthcare background, I know that what our top 3 kind of like opportunities are, but again, I'll not bore the audience with going into the super depth of it. I think from a challenge perspective, I think the one thing which I feel very strongly about is that, and this is a little bit of a story. So my dad, again, absolutely love, respect him, and he's my ideal and stuff. But one thing where I think he missed the bus was that when computers got launched, he was like, no, my pen and paper is great, I'll never use the computer. right? And it was easy. Like he could have been with his friends or like even kids and that all, he could have got onto that train and he could have learned it. And but now if I talk to him 20, 25 years later, because he took that stance right then that I'm not going to learn it, he finds that there is a huge generational gap between what could have been in his own experiences versus what did not happen. Because like, even for the simplest of things like making bookings, now you cannot call anyone and make that bookings, right? And it impacts us so much more ways. So I think the only challenge is that don't be scared of Gen AI is number one. Again, start adopting it in your own small way. There will be upskilling that will happen amongst each one of us because you will learn from your colleagues, you will learn from your environment as to what is happening. Just keep your eyes and heart open to it, keep adopting it, and you will see that your skill set will improve. Just don't shut down and say that, hey, you know what, no, I think it's a fad. No, I think it's that. So I'll not. That is the biggest challenge. If you keep on adopting it, I think as a community, as an ecosystem, as the entire setup, all of us are learning. We will keep getting smarter about it, and we'll keep building a better future.
And if I can add to that, I completely agree that we should ensure that we are all up-leveling our skills, we are all understanding how Gen AI is evolving, ensuring we learn and we engage. The places where I see a lot of potential, and these are not industries that I am involved in, is two areas. I think education, where I have been very disappointed with I'm a mother as well, disappointed with the education system where one size fits all. And I really am looking forward to a future where we can have more personalized education for children. Each one of them has their own pace of growth, and our education system does not respect that today. So I'm very hopeful that we'll be able to get to a point where each child has the ability to have personalized tutors, personalized programs that helps them blossom at their pace and be able to gravitate towards things that they enjoy, that are interest for them. And I also feel that some of the human challenges get taken away, that the level of patience that maybe a tutor or a teacher needs to have, it's the ability of Gen AI to have that is so much higher than a human. The Gen AI program will explain it the same thing 20 times with the same level of patience compared to a teacher who might lose their cool. So that is one area. And a similar thing, a lot of you are nodding, your parents like, yes, we need better teachers. Yes, we all do. And better patience. Even when we are teaching our children, the same thing holds, right? And the second area I would say is healthcare. The same way, the remote areas, the places where healthcare is not available, could we have programs and generative AI solutions that can help people figure out, women in rural areas who don't have as availability to go to OBGYN, availability to know how to take care of little children who are raising the next generation. Can we help them get better care through some of these programs? So I see a lot of positive potential, and I like not to think about all the negative stuff that could happen. It will happen. We'll have to stay cognizant and be wary, but I see a beautiful future. Yeah.
Hey, thank you, Surbi and Sandy. That was absolutely wonderful as a AI 101 in terms of Gen AI 101 on how it impacts the enterprise and the end customer. But we'll open it up for a few questions. I think he had a question.
So ideally, like looking at, just adding to an earlier question about fads and just the whole build-up of things that seem to be a lot cooler than they are in the market. Like how in the .com era, the Netflix and the Amazons that made it through when there was a company, .com for everything. Where do you see those businesses that are gonna make it past the fog?
So make it past the fog, like
past the .com bust.
No,
of
I
AI.
get it.
Yeah.
So I was going to say one thing, that there is a lot of hype. Everybody wants to get on the Gen AI bandwagon. And so some of the stuff I'm seeing is that even when it's not Gen AI, people just want to sprinkle the Gen AI fairy dust. And I think over time that fog will clear. And it will also become important to understand that not every use case and not every solution has to be Gen AI. Without Gen AI also we can build amazing, useful products. And that will happen only after the hype kind of dies down, you know. Everything, there was .com hype, like you said, there was everybody wanted to do things in cloud. There are these cycles, there's cyclical things that happen in the industry, and right now that cycle is of Gen AI. So everybody wants to talk about Gen AI. Whether they're deploying it or not, they at least claim to be. So yeah, I agree with you, and it'll dissipate with time and with some awareness. So some of these things, or you know, single use case solutions may not survive, right? As bigger OpenAI solves a lot of these smaller use cases. Yeah. Where do we think Netflix is?
No, so any of the established company, if you think about it, I'm sure like what I was even telling, even from our standpoint, and we are not established, we are still, I would say, medium startup kind of a phase. We are very worried that we will get disrupted. I'm sure each one of them are sitting right now and they want to remain relevant. And if they are not, they will get disrupted. There have been plenty of examples in the last 50, 60, 70 years of businesses that if as a executive team at a given company, you have to take a call, you have to decide that is this something that we put our investments and everything onto? Either you get onto it and you get customer relevant outcomes and you are then on the bandwagon and you lead it. Either you stay behind and then you die. It's, yeah.
All right. Gunjan, I think you had a question. Sorry. I already. Okay.
Yeah, I got the microphone, so I'm going to ask the question. I'm just kidding. My name is Neeraj, and so as an entrepreneur, if you're going to launch a new company, and you know, the biggest, I would say, the challenge, right, is to pick what foundation model to bet on, right? We have OpenAI, Bard, Llama 2, I think there's Anthropic, and so if you can give us some color, right, compare, contrast between the foundation models. As an entrepreneur, if you're going to launch a new company in this space, how would you go about picking what foundation model to use, short-term and long-term?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Like again, having evaluated some of them, see, my stance is that go with the one that gives you the best discount. Because if I think from the 2010 period, it did not really matter you build it up on Azure or AWS or GCP. At the end of the day, all come to the same standard. It's a matter of time. You get yourself the best damn discount that's out there, so you spend the least money and you scale it up.
Spoken like an entrepreneur.
No, I would say the same thing. Like everybody will eventually level up to the same place. So it depends, you know, where you get the better discounts, where you feel is better privacy for you. I think that's very important. I would keep that into mind because you want to build that trust for your customers. So always take that into account because you will be answering those questions for your customers.
And I know there are more questions, so I know Gunjan and I wanted to ask one question, but after that, we'll be available here, but I don't want to delay the next panel out here. So that will be the last question on the right now.
Gunjan Bagla, I am a management consultant, and most of you know that management consultants don't actually do anything. So my dream revolves around the next version of AI. Right now, these LLMs are taking public information, putting it in their brains and spitting it out, okay? Now, I'm going to date myself, but many, many years ago, before most of you were born, there was still AI around and they called it expert systems, where you take the knowledge of a domain expert and dump it into the computer. And I'm wondering, is this dreamy future possible where I dump my private information into a private system, and then my clients contact that system and we get data from other places, and I can sit on the beach and don't have to do any work. How far away is that? You know, I think Venkat, you'd enjoy that kind of situation as well as a venture capitalist, right?
I know there is...
You should answer probably.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I was just going to say there is actually research being done where you can, you know, assess based on the brain patterns, what is the thinking. So it's working backwards. So to look at a picture, what does it generate in your, like what parts of your brain get lit up? Can we program it backwards to see if based on your brain waves, can I predict what you're looking at? So I see a future where that will be possible, which has a lot of negative implications too. And I worry about that. In the wrong hands, this is terrible technology. But there is a lot of research happening in that space where your thoughts can be interpreted and read and understood, which means anything that you thought was safe in your brain. So you are imagining a future where you're sipping a Mai Tai on a beach, but there's a lot of negative consequences of having that kind of technology available.
You know, from my side, I can only say that if I looked at the last 6-7 years and how things have moved, and if I had to think ahead and say, is this what I would be looking at? I don't know if I would have predicted it right, because each time each new thing comes up, everything changes in terms of what's available and what's good, what's bad, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, et cetera, et cetera. And also there is a flavor of the season in terms of in the economy, in the marketplace. It's like the .com going .bust. You don't know when what will happen, right? So that's how, I don't know, I think it's something which we'll deal with as it comes on, so to speak. All right, thanks very much, folks, and thank you, Surbi and Sandy.
Thank you very much.
Another hand for the panel here. Please stick up here for a minute. We're going to ask our volunteer team, a couple of our leaders, Pankaj, Anand, and is Anil available? Anil? Okay, so Anand and Pankaj, if you can come up to the stage. And in the meantime, for our next and last panel here, or conversation, everyone please go to your Wi-Fi and connect to the Sheraton conference, because there's going to be some things that you're going to want to fill out through that, I believe. So please do that. How many people that are here have been here since the beginning this morning? Please raise your hand. Wow, look at that. Thank you for sticking with us throughout the day. How's everyone doing? Have you enjoyed the day? Have you enjoyed the day? Did you learn stuff? Good stuff? Okay, good to hear. We appreciate your being here and joining us. Again, after this last session, there will be a social hour networking afterwards, so please stick around and have a chance to meet some of the speakers and interact with them. But at this time, I'm going to introduce our last session. And is this the one you want me to use? Okay. Does that sound any different? We're covered here to make sure that I have the right one. We've got a great sound audio team. Let's give them a hand that's worked with us pretty much every event, so we appreciate Spectrum and the work that they do. And also the Sheraton Cerritos always does such a great job hosting our events here. The next two ladies that I'd like to introduce, first of all, Richa, and if I brutalize your name here, please forgive me. You'd think after a couple of years being executive director at TiE SoCal, I'd know how to pronounce these names better, but Richa Kaila Mukherjee, the director of Edwards Life Science, brings over 22 years of HR expertise with the journey from HR business partner to leading learning and talent development. She's passionate about education since her school days. She pursued a bachelor's in management and accounting and an MBA in human resource development. Currently, she oversees leadership development for senior and executive leaders at Edwards, steering the leadership development nomination programs. Now, I do have to let you know that I had long bios for a lot of these speakers, so what did I end up doing to shorten them? I went to ChatGPT and asked them to condense it into a few lines. It didn't work as well for Cherie. I don't know, it still gave me a pretty long summary, but that's all right because she's quite accredited here. Cherie Applin is the Senior Director at Edwards Life Sciences. She boasts over 20 years of HR and performance consulting experience with a background in leadership and development and talent management. She held managerial roles in large corporations and directed a proficiency coach academy for Bank of America. She was responsible for acquisition, technical retail training during Mass Mutual's expansion efforts in the Pacific Northwest. Cherie, certified in various leadership programs, holds a BA in communications from UC Santa Barbara and an MS in
organizational leadership from Colorado State University, a master facilitator for Peter Drucker. She has contributed to HR advisory boards and charity league boards, showcasing her diverse leadership and community engagement. So if you can help me welcome Richa and Cherie up to the stage, please. Thank you.
I'll be right there, okay? Perfect. And I hope everyone can hear me. This is working. Cherie, we need you up here.
Well,
This is our time.
Oh, but I'm like doing that chat GPT. I heard that we were supposed to be speaking.
Chat
And-
GPT?
Yeah, and
We're not
so
chatbots here.
I'm so glad because I've been busy. I've been in meetings all day, and now we don't even have to prepare for this session.
Exactly, but we have to really ease our participants here. We are very much human. We are not your chatbots, and no, we didn't prepare this presentation on ChatGPT, as awesome as that might be, right? And we are here to have that conversation with you. And we are here because we are human, right?
Yes.
How do we prove that now, Cherie?
Yes, we are human. So, by the way, thank you for that great introduction. I guess there was just a lot of content, right, in ChatGPT, because I've been doing this for a really long time. But my name is Cherie Applin. Again, I have the honor and privilege of running leadership development for Edwards Life Sciences. I have the best job in the world. Sorry, guys. I have to admit, we have fun every day. I would like to think of Edwards as a mini universe. We have 19,000 employees globally. Can you hear me okay? I just felt like I got louder. Yeah? Am I too loud, or you want me to talk louder? All right, I will. Thank you. Okay. I love that you're interacting with me, so that makes me happy. So anyway, what was I talking about?
About all your experience and
yeah.
what we do at Edwards.
Yeah, so we have a mini universe, a mini world of 19,000 employees across the globe. And so I feel like it's fun because we spend a lot of time innovating. And with this whole AI thing, this is, again, been many, many discussions we've been talking about, especially around generative AI right now. And so I feel like we have this little universe we can experiment with. One other thing, being a human, I am a mother. I have 4 kids. I am a wife. I love pickleball. Anybody here like pickleball? Remember, I'm human. Good. We'll talk later. And what else? I love to travel, and I love just exploring different cultures. So I'm so happy to be here, and I know we're between you and cocktails, right? So we need you to interact with us, or we are not going to let you out. All right, Richa, you go ahead.
Thanks, Cherie. And I'm Richa Mukherjee. As there was a long introduction, so I'm not going to repeat, but I pretty much built my career ground up within HR. But something that I realized as I was going through the profile and looking at how I want to introduce myself in the context of AI and everybody thinking the jobs are going away, I have never been in a job that existed before. So throughout my career and even at Edwards Life Sciences, I never came into a role that existed before I took the role, right? So that is something that is going on. I think it's a trend. Every time technology changes, business changes, concept changes, it happens. It happens in learning and development as well. And as Cherie said, we are humans. And what makes me human is my wonderful son. He's a teenager and a sophomore in high school. My wonderful love of my life, my husband, who enables whatever I do and is such a strong support system and an amazing, amazing person. And of course, I have my parents, my family, my golden retriever, everything that makes me
really
human.
Cute golden retriever.
Exactly, the best golden retriever ever. And those are the things that make us human. And we are here to talk about what it means to be that human-centered leader, Cherie, right? Yeah. So let's talk about it. What are your thoughts on AI?
Yeah, so I know everyone's afraid about their jobs, right? Everybody thinks their jobs are going to change. And they are, right? Like as Richa mentioned, jobs are always changing every day. So that's really nothing new. What I'm really excited about is my job is going to change for the better. My job is going to change because a lot of the things that I hate doing, like Excel spreadsheets, okay, and some of those other types of administrative tasks, I want to automate that. I want to figure out a way to get that off my plate so that leaves me free to do the things I love to do, which is creative problem solving, or really solving complex problems, right? Going deep on decision making. So what I'm really excited about is, how is that going to shape the leaders of the future, right? How we're going to go really deep. We're going to have an opportunity to really be even more impactful than we've ever been before. So I think from a few thoughts I wanted to share, that's some of my thoughts. But again, you guys probably have a lot of thoughts because you've been here, it sounds like most of the day, right? And your head is probably spinning. So what I'd like to do next, and I don't know if it's going to work. It doesn't look like it is, huh?
Yep.
Oh, darn. My artificial intelligence is not going to work. I was going to do a Slido with you guys. But OK, so let's just say that if you can only think of one word about your day and around artificial intelligence, let's just hear from a few of you. I understand there's drink tickets, so maybe you'll get an extra one. What is the first word you would think about? If you could just say one word of today around artificial intelligence, what one word pops up in your mind? Yes? Accuracy? Awesome, okay. Transformational, that's a big one.
Terminator. We're all thinking Skynet.
Automation.
What else?
Generative, yes. Productivity.
Unreliable.
Unreliable.
Very interesting.
Unreliable. Okay, yes, yes. Predictive. Very good. All right, yes. Artificial. Artificial, very good.
That's a great segue. It is, after all, artificial, right? And it is very, very important to know where we are headed in the next 5 years. And AI is all of that, whatever you said and so much more, right? So when we look into our next 5 years, what is it that's going to happen? And you've been hearing a little bit about it. And what is it that you can do about it? So imagine a world where AI enables you to mind read. So AI is reading your thoughts. AI is creating reports without you ever using a keyboard. You are able to play your favorite video games without using a controller, without using any remote. You are going to these smart markets, right, that know your preferences, what you're going to shop, how do you really utilize your grocery and inform you in real time. You are actually in an augmented reality world where a 3D map is overlaying in order to drive some of your day-to-day tasks. And finally, you are in that amazing world of medtech where suddenly technology is enabling a blind person to see for the first time in their life, someone who doesn't have a limb, to get a limb, and so on and so forth. And we are doing that in Edwards Life Sciences as well.
Yeah, so again, Edwards Life Sciences is focused on med device, and right now what they're working on is, it's called a hemisphere monitor. And so if somebody is in the ICU with potential problems with their heart, it predicts whether or not that person could potentially end up having a heart attack. So it's really amazing. Again, at Edwards, we invest over 20% into R&D. So again, I know you're all a bunch of entrepreneurs. I like to think we are as well, although we're a very big corporation. So some pretty exciting things. And that's just one.
This is just few examples. And guess what? This is not 5 years down the line. The technology exists today as we are speaking. And maybe there's more happening right now as we are doing this keynote. And we just don't know about it. And it hasn't come to us in a commercialized way, just like ChatGPT has really taken over our world in a more commercial, open AI kind of a way. So what does this mechanized future powered by AI look like, right? If I were to summarize some of the key trends here, and I'm sure there are many, many more, it is about the interface, so your Siri, your Alexa of the world, your Google Assistant. I'm sure some of you who have iPhones, the Siri is like on already, because I just said it. Mind-reading softwares that are getting developed, so that's a huge market that's going to come up in a big way. Bioenhancements, which makes me personally very excited for AI to be used for good, for healthcare. 3D printing, not just objects, but organs. That would be amazing. And one of the trends that's coming up in a big way, thanks to the new generation, is sustainability, and how sustainability efforts of the future and of now are being powered by AI. And finally, the robots, the Skynet of the world,
The
right? That's
Terminator,
out there
the
to get you.
Terminators, yes, yes.
Exactly. So, and I'm sure there is even more, but this to me are some of the key categories of what an AI mechanized future looks like. Right, so let's look at, we are not here to talk about AI. We are not AI experts, we are not technical experts, we are leadership development experts. So let's talk about what does it mean in that world, and what does it mean for the leaders of the future. So first off, let's stop saying AI, because this is a very evolved set of audience, so it's not just artificial intelligence. I want to explore with you 3 different terms, right? We call it artificial narrow intelligence, ANI. Everybody knows what's AGI? Shout out.
They've been paying attention.
Artificial general intelligence, yes. And what is ASI? Artificial superintelligence.
Very good.
Skynet. No, I'm just kidding. Right. Right. So those are the 3 big categories if I were to look at artificial intelligence. And I think we have made tremendous progress as a society, as the scientist community and expert community on artificial narrow intelligence. And what we mean by that, I hope everybody gets it already, is that you're focusing on specific tasks. And that has been happening a long time ago, right? 20 years, more than 20 years ago, the supercomputer defeated a human being or the best chess player in the world in the game of chess. So that's a good example, and that is really improving, and it has improved tremendously over this whole period of time. But here is a graphic for you, which I found really, really interesting, that as time is passing, AI is really evolving, and it is getting to that artificial general intelligence. We are still far away from that. Some experts will tell you it's 5 years down the line. Others would say it's 10, 15, 20. Your guess is as good as mine when that is going to happen. But when that happens, we'll have this trio of opportunity: your power, your data, and your intelligence. Because right now we have a lot of power. My husband was telling me that quantum computing makes it easier for these computers and systems to do things in microseconds, what we will take years to do, right?
Crazy.
Just this year alone, we created enough data that is surpassing 5,000 years plus of data, right? So we are creating a lot of data, but as a human race, we analyzed only 0.5% of all the data that we created this year. So data and power is not the showstopper to get to AGI. What is a showstopper is that intelligence piece of it that we are still trying to achieve. And once we achieve it, we will get to that stage where you're thinking, okay, this is almost feeling like a human being. So you're not thinking, oh, this is just doing some funny monkey tricks anymore. This can actually think like a human being, maybe not the most intelligent human being, but can think like a human. And then the next day, it gets the IQ of Einstein. And the next day, you're not even talking 165, 175 IQ. You're talking about 12,000, 13,000 IQ, and I can't even imagine what that means for us. So that's your ASI, and I think, and I hope that is still far away from us. What do you think, Shri?
Okay, that would be a really smart person, right?
I don't even know if we call them a person or a god.
Yes, right. So no, I think this also sounds really interesting, and I also like to think that just because you're really, really smart doesn't necessarily mean that you know how to have good judgment or how to maybe take content and create something new. So again, I think for where I see things, I look at people, whole people, as so much more than just how smart they are, right? That we really need people that have a human-centered approach because we all work with other people, right? Right? So we were all walking around being super, super smart. That's great, but does that really create synergy to make this world great? It's the people, it's the humans, it's what we bring to the table that make it really, really unique and innovative and impactful, because we care. AI, guess what? It doesn't care, okay? Got that? AI does not care. We care. And that's something I really want to make sure that when we talk about leadership, that's a human element. That's about caring. And that's what we teach about leadership. How, and that's not easy to teach, right? But again, that's the human qualities that we are looking to hopefully expand upon and upskill and make sure people really get that. All right.
So who is a leader here?
Yeah, who are leaders? Anybody
Who
raise their
are
hand?
leaders? Raise your hand if you're a leader.
Be proud.
I see very few hands, Shri.
Huh, that's interesting.
Very interesting. Everybody raise
All right,
your hands.
who's a leader here in this room, people? Remember, you
All
want
of
to go to the
you.
party.
Everybody, even my student participants here, raise your hand.
Students, you're all leaders. Everyone's a leader.
So can we see all your hands raised?
We're all leaders,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Right.
because all of you are the leaders. Don't think that leadership is something remote and you will get to it, because no, we are all leaders. Because either we are leading ourselves, or we are getting into new projects, we are leading small teams, we are young entrepreneurs, first-time entrepreneurs, or we are established leaders who have been there, seen it. So you are in different career stages of leadership, but all of you are leaders. And you are all definitely leaders of the future.
Yeah. So we're really working at democratizing the term leadership, because I think the kind of the traditional way to think of leadership is that if you're a people leader of a team, right? That would be a common thing, and people would say, well, I'm not a leader, you know. Go talk to my leader. But the world is getting flatter, and leaders and people leadership is getting flatter, and a lot of companies are going broader, right? So that means people are stepping up in leadership in all different ways. So guess what? Those things we used to call soft skills, what do we think we call them now? Anybody know?
Necessary. Yeah.
Necessary is a great word.
I
was thinking of hard skills.
But we'll take necessary.
But necessary I like even better. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're pretty passionate about this stuff, guys, so yeah. All right,
Perfect.
so at Edwards again, so if we're thinking about leadership, what we need to do is upskill our leaders, which is everyone's a leader, in basically soft skills. So when you think of soft skills, what are those? What are soft skills to you? Empathy, okay, great. Empathy, number one. What else are we talking about? What was that?
Organizing.
Organizing, okay, organizing information. Communication. Communication's a big bucket. It has many skills, right? So in a lot of things we're talking about, not only is it like communication, but when you think about communication broken into multiple skills, there's a lot there. There's a lot to unpack. Yes? We're going to talk about that.
That's a good one.
It's one of my favorites. We'll talk about that. Great, great. So everybody's on the same page, I think, that we've all decided that, you know, AI is not going to take over the world, and we still need humans. And the most important part of leadership is everyone's a leader, and we need to get better at being more human while we're designing these things, guys.
And that's the reason why we will talk a little bit more about what does this leader of the future look like. And with all these technological advancements, AI included, what does it mean for you to be the leader of the future? And the way we are going to summarize what we share today is in the terms of the hand, the head, and the heart, right? So Cherie, let's talk a little bit about the hand. What does that denote to us?
All right, so think of the hand as outcomes, as process, as somebody said automation, right? We have opportunity to take mundane tasks and move them into some type of an AI solution so that, again, it will help drive outcomes. And it also will drive, will make it feel like it's very individualized to a person, but again, it's just driving outcomes. So we talk about the experience, the flow of work, meeting people in the flow of work. So again, we can leverage AI and this type of technology to really produce better outcomes quicker. and faster through process, through a customer experience, through an employee experience, right? Also, again, at Edwards, we're really working hard on upskilling what it means to be data literate. In fact, we are looking at developing people much differently now than we ever have, because the appetite of the way people like to be developed isn't just to go to a traditional training class anymore, right? There's so many options now and so many ways we can push out learning. So again, it's getting pretty creative and pretty fun, I have to say. Any thoughts on this, Richa?
No, I think you said it all. And as you were discussing, all these tools and all these wonderful algorithms and softwares and technologies that are coming up already and existing already would take away a lot of the execution, the boring parts of our jobs, the administrative, the organizing of it all. These would be automated, and whatever cannot be automated, maybe we don't even need them, so it might be even eliminated. Or you will be able to delegate to an AI assistant who is now calling on your behalf to set your hair salon appointment, right? Have you seen that fun video? It's a great one to watch, and Google Assistant is doing that. So those kind of tasks are your hand tasks, right? All your execution tasks that are just going away, which creates more space for the head. But because you heard so much about generative AI and AGI becoming that reality in the future, and even now, a lot of things like ChatGPT, OpenAI, I think they have the secret project that I hear, Q-Star. You might know more than I do, but there are so many more that are coming into that headspace, which humans, as knowledge economy workers, really felt proud about saying, I add value because I'm smarter than any AI system. I am the one making the decisions. I'm the one with the insights. That's not going to be true for a long time, because AI, with its power, with its data analytics, and the way it is processing data faster, can really help you even in that headspace. Where it doesn't really step in is making decisions on ethics. What is right, what is wrong? AI might think killing a few people for the benefit of the entire humanity, think Thanos, might be a good idea, but it would need a leader who has moral high ground, you Avengers, to really make that decision and say, hey, that is probably based on analytics, but that is not the right thing to do, because that's not the moral way of going about it and solving a problem. So that's where the differentiation comes between what does it mean to be that leader of the future and what role you would be playing in the headspace where AI is suddenly now able to help with a lot of decision making, with a lot of data, summarizing, giving you wonderful analytics. You will still need a doctor at the end to make that decision whether we increase the fluid flow or not, even if your hemisphere is giving that data to you. You still need that human at the end of the food chain to make the final decision and watch for governance.
That's a good point. You know, you've got the predictive analytics, but what do you do about the predictive analytics, right? So this is where we get to my favorite part, which is the heart, right? So we talked about the hand, we've talked about the head, and now we're talking about the heart. And what's really interesting is this is popping up in many places, not just because of the technology, guys. We just came out of a pandemic, right? Everybody was there, right? All right. And after everyone came out of that pandemic, and we're growing, and we're globalizing, and our technology is increasing at the speed of light, our leaders, their heads are spinning. Their heads are spinning. They're like, what was working before the pandemic even isn't working anymore. They came back to the world of work and said, everything's changed. And nobody's really listening to me anymore. And what you're finding is low unemployment. You're finding quiet quitting, we call it. Did anybody hear that term, quiet quitting? People are just checking out. They're tired. They're exhausted. They don't want to be treated like a widget. They don't want to be treated like a robot. So with our people, what we're really trying to help them to understand, it's their responsibility to show that they care about the people that work at our organization. And the more that we can focus on what we call the how we show up, the results happens. The results happen. So we used to be maybe more focused on results, We maybe had to spend more time focused on results. The results are still big. They're still strong. We still have lofty goals. But how we get our goals, how we achieve those goals, is not going to come from one person. It's not going to come from one technology. It's going to be coming from our heart, our hand or head, but the heart. Because at the heart is where we talk about empathy. That's where we talk about judgment. That's where we really drive moral character. We create that high-touch moment. I don't care how introverted you might be, you still need to be socializing with human beings. Yep. We know that for a fact, right? Yep. So again, this idea around human-centered leadership, we're starting to design programs around it, and we don't have all the answers. This is new research, really, in the world of leadership. Now, I will argue that I've been teaching this forever, right? I've always kind of focused on the people side of the house. That just comes naturally to me. But I work with a bunch of surgeons, I work with cardiologists, and I work with a highly technical group of people. And this does not come easy to them. And they're struggling, but they also want to get those great results because they want to save our patients, and they want to have the best possible innovative solutions in the world. So at Edwards, life is now, right? Because we're creating heart valves. See how perfect this is? We create heart valves, right? And I'm all about the heart. Makes perfect sense, right? So we're looking at, yeah, okay, let's leverage data, but let's make sure that we have human connection. We have human touch. Where it makes sense. It doesn't have to be everywhere, but people have to feel like people care about them. So again, we're talking about the hand, the head, and the heart. I've been going on and on, haven't I?
Yeah, no, and all rightly so, right? We are all about the heart. That's what we are really here to talk about human-centered leadership, because guess what? What got us here won't get us there. So if we want to get into the future, we need to have this new mindset saying, yes, let's leverage technology. Let's be excited about it. Let's be positive about it, because technology would free up that time that we need, not to hide behind our computer systems, but to really go out there. Like you are here today, networking with each other, talking to each other, having a real conversation.
Your guys are connecting, you're being
You
human.
are connecting and having a real conversation. Believe it or not, we would have to teach this generation of kids that we are seeing come up now to have real conversations in the real world. Because all of this augmented reality, all of the virtual world, the virtual gaming world is so addictive that we have forgotten to have real conversations. We love text.
I don't know what you're talking about. I came up here with my phone.
You love text more than actually picking up the call. I would let it go and hit the voicemail and then decide whether I really want to talk to this person, right? So we have to change that in the future.
Voice note, we do voice notes.
We do voice notes, I know. Voice chats and voice notes and more, right? So we can now in the future maybe just think about it and send that text to someone, right? So when technology becomes that pervasive, how do we really listen to our heart and remember what makes us human? Because humans don't survive on being alone. You know, being alone doesn't make us human. Living in societies, gravitating towards others is what really makes us human.
I have an example. So the other night I was at dinner, and I was with a nurse educator, and she really wants to retire, right? She's really ready to retire. She's tired, she's burnt out, but her boss is like, no, you can't leave because there's a shortage right now in the medical profession, right? Everybody knows there's a huge shortage. A lot of doctors, a lot of clinicians, nurses have just walked out, right? And we're struggling. But what she said is, I have to stay because these young nursing students who've just graduated from nursing school that are so coveted right now, I need to help educate them on how to actually interact with a patient. She said that there was an example where they have pads, they go in and they have to ask questions of the patient, and they don't know. What they do is they take their pads and they put it right in front of the patient's laying there, they could even be in pain, and they just start asking questions without ever looking at that patient. They are so disconnected from each other, it's scary, right? Everybody, does that, okay, I think I got to
I
your
see
heart.
I know. So everybody with us, that heart is required? So can we get like a big yes, we are going to lead with the heart?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
We're changing the world.
Okay. Exactly. Okay. So that's a good segue into our next activity. Let's
I'm
get you
feeling good
talking.
about it. Yeah, okay, we've been yapping away here, and so we want to imagine. We want to do a little activity with you guys right now, kind of warm you up. Think about, like we call it our imagination exercise, and we want to do some vision work. You guys are entrepreneurs, so let's do some vision work together. So do something really impactful with yourself, with your business, with anything you want, okay? Anything you want. I'd like you to kind of work in your table groups or turn to the partner next to you and just start saying, what would you do with 1 hour? 1 hour of uninterrupted, amazing free time. What would you do? So this is your time. We'll give you a few minutes to enjoy this moment.
Get discussing, guys. Let's talk.
I need some water. I'm going to go grab water.
You can move into one of the groups, the other teams. If you're sitting by yourself, guys, remember what we said? Let's connect and communicate.
Human connection. Pardon?
We're in the AI space, but we are now exploring stuff, deep mind, and AI managing robots.
Yes.
I'd love to talk to you later, but you're busy.
Yes.
How do I reach you later?
You can always get it through the organization. So yes, and they'll have the deck. We'll make sure.
Your name is?
Sheraton.
I just came in.
Great. We'll talk.
Seconds to wrap up your conversations, and then we will debrief starting from this part of the room. So if we can have some microphones in this part
right over here
for
first.
people to share.
We are going to inspire each other.
Yeah, we want everybody to be inspired and hear from each other. First, we cannot get you talking. Now we cannot stop you from talking.
I love it.
That's the power of talk, right?
Yeah.
Once
Not a
you
boring
get into
crowd.
it, you love it.
Abhi has the best answer. Oh, of course, Abhi. Show off.
Abhi's a big show off.
He's
here.
such a show off.
All right. Come back to us. Come from this wonderful world of utopia. The power of conversation, you guys.
Yep, there you go.
Oh, there you go. So we'll start. We want to listen to each other as well, right? So yes, you had a great discussion in your table groups. Now let's give it a little bit of thought to our tables here, who are going to share some of the big thoughts that emerged on your table on this topic. So who wants to go first?
I'll go first. Thought about it. I think my biggest challenge is getting organized. Just so much floating in the mind and on my desk that perhaps I'll spend that extra hour getting organized.
Declutter.
Yeah, thank you.
Declutter, awesome.
All right. Who's next?
You guys.
We'll
get to
come
Avi.
to him. We're not going to leave him. Yes.
Hi. I would say being present in real life. When I was asked the question about the hour of free time, I mean, I am 23, so my answer was like, oh, I'm going to sit on my phone.
See?
So, yeah, I definitely want to reconnect with my surroundings and people.
Get out in nature. That's a good one. Without
That's
your
a
phone.
great objective to have, is to reconnect with people around you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think personally for me, if I had 1 hour of free time, like I'm talking like uninterrupted free time, I think I'd probably spend it with the time with the people who matter. You know, it's like uninterrupted. Because I feel like nowadays, as for us like college students, we're busy, we have to commute, maybe we need to like do all this type of work, maybe fit in like 1 hour gym session. It's like, you know, sometimes you just really don't have enough time for yourself and other people.
Yeah.
So probably that.
Love that.
Love that.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you
Who's
for
next?
sharing.
Which table do we go to next?
Maybe we should come in the middle.
Yeah,
Here.
let's come to the middle, guys.
I have a feeling.
Yeah, we are
maybe
we're
over there.
strapped for
Maybe-
time.
Oh, yeah. We might not get to all the tables.
Yeah, this is.
One.
Do you have the microphone?
This is golden.
This is our most eager table here.
Yeah. Hello. I for sure would meditate because I do meditate every day, but I feel like it's not enough meditation. Usually 30 to 40 minutes, and I don't feel that that's enough time. I love having time to myself. So meditation is where I would definitely do, because that rejuvenates me.
Wonderful.
Love that.
Can we hear from this table next? Yeah, pass it on to the table up front.
Yeah, sorry, we've
We're
got
going to hear from every table, you guys, so let's keep it moving.
Pass
Yeah,
the potato.
choose
Pass the
your
potato.
table volunteer.
Our answer was go to sleep.
Ooh,
Go to sleep.
catch up on the Z's. There you go. That's a good one.
Sleep is really important for rejuvenation. Yes. They're arguing.
You know, I wanted to say meditation, but somebody already said that, so I'm going to change my answer now. I'm thinking if I have 1 hour interrupted, because I'm a workaholic, I get up very early and, you know, my mind is wandering off all the time. So I'm thinking like put a good music on and go for a nature walk.
Love that.
Love that.
Aren't we starting to feel a lot better right now?
Yeah. Yes. Come on, Abby. What are you going to do with that 1 hour? Say
Okay,
something
Abby.
nice.
First the diplomatic answer and second the real answer.
Okay, Abby.
Well, actually, I don't need intelligence, whether it's natural or artificial, to answer this. Given an hour of uninterrupted time, I would learn new recipes and make dinner for my wife.
Good answer. Good
Very
answer.
good answer.
Now I get it. Now I get it.
Okay. Yeah.
The secret is out now.
All right, Abby, I'll be calling tomorrow to see how it's going.
My 60 minutes, I'm going to break in 2 parts. 30 minutes, I'm going to play with my dog. And another 30 minutes, I'm going to look at my bank statements. And just
Think
see
more
where is
strategically.
plus and where is minus. Can I reduce the minus, increase the plus? That's it.
Yeah,
I love it.
more
I love
introspection in every single way. So who's going next over here?
We probably just have time for a few
Yeah,
more.
we just have time for a few more.
Well,
so
we're
let's
going
keep
to stay
it moving.
around for a little bit, so if we don't get you,
Okay,
don't feel
my
bad.
take is sleep meditation.
Sleep meditation. We're getting some theme here.
I'm just do this for my own self, so I can kind of figure out what to do.
But I'm loving the human-centered theme.
Yeah.
So our table, we would write a book and we would spend time with our kids,
Wow, that's so cool.
That'd be so great.
telling them about AI.
Yeah.
Back there, yes.
How about we do a couple more?
I've been celebrating my husband for 30 years that I've been married to him. I'll continue celebrating him forever, but presently my mind is thinking of how do I get a meeting with Edward Science? Perhaps you beautiful women can come up and tell me that later. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
That's so sweet. Thank you.
Wonderful. So a couple more to go. One
know.
or two
We
more
only have
from
5
here.
more minutes, so we have to talk.
So our table,
how to completely switch off from your day-to-day work, traffic, and like a light switch, completely switch off, and then not necessarily meditate, but no involuntary thoughts of any kind. So complete switch off for an hour.
Switch off.
Switch
Wow.
off, yes.
That'd be amazing.
Perfect. One last.
One
yes.
last one. One last one.
Yeah, all good ones have been taken, but I have a better one.
You can vote for them.
Yeah, no, I won't vote for that.
He's gonna be innovative.
I will practice my golf swing.
Nice. Golf, yes.
Play more golf. All right.
That is wonderful. Thank you, everyone, for sharing.
And look at
I
Gaurav's bank
Yeah, we
statement.
can't get you to stop thinking about this 1 hour.
We can't get you to stop talking anymore, right?
All right,
The power of talking.
We're going to keep going real quick because
Yeah.
it looks like we don't have I know you guys want to get out there and go have fun, and I know not that we're not having a great time right now because you guys have got me in such a great mood. So AI and HR, really quick, let's go back to like business here. So AI, we are a people business, right? So in HR, we're all about the people. Like if we create the right environment for the people, the business gets done, right? So the idea of AI right now is super exciting. We're talking a lot about it. It starts at the enterprise level where we're talking about looking at our processes, automation, different ways we can start taking those mundane tasks out of people's hands so that they can do more fun, creative, innovative work. Again, we talked about ethics. We talk a lot about ethics and how we want to make good choices and good decisions around the data and around the content. And so we look at bias and we look at the different voices because Edwards is a compilation of it's a global population. So think about all of the amazing perspectives that we have. So the content that we create can't have one voice. It has to have differences. And those are important from a DI and B perspective because people want to feel listened to and heard, and they bring their whole selves to work now. And again, with leadership in general, it's the kind of environment that we're creating that really shows and demonstrates that we care about each individual employee that makes them want to show up and do their best work. They get to go to work. They don't have to go to work.
Yeah.
All right?
I cannot agree more with you, Shri, on this one because guess what? What you did just now is exactly our hope within HR because human resources, Shri said, it's a people success function. We are successful if you're successful. We are successful if you believe that you are the leader, no matter which career stage that you are, where you're starting, even if you're a student, even if you are starting new in your career. If we can make you believe in yourself, and really strive for that excellence enabled by technology, that's how we are really seeing the implication within human resources.
Yep.
So we are leaving you with a lot more questions than answers, right?
Yep.
And that was the intention.
Creative thinking.
Yeah. And not to really answer all the questions because sometimes we just don't even know what is the right question to ask. So if I were to leave you with certain questions in mind, these would be it. What does growth mean to you? Whether you're a student or an entrepreneur or someone in the later stages of your business or professional life, what does growth mean to you? What does building a culture of positivity around technology mean for you or your organization? And how has technology evolved and what can you do to keep up with that technology as a leader? And how your leadership skills have to evolve as well to complement all the changes and all the transformations that are happening around us. And finally, how is it that in that world driven by AI, we can truly step up and be that leader of the future, be that human-centered leader, right? So a big round of applause to you to show up as humans and have that discussion. We want you to have that momentum going and keep connecting. And Shri, can we give them some next steps to really make this concrete?
Yeah, keep motivated by thinking about your vision that you just created for yourself. And while you're doing that, think about what kinds of actions or commitments you can make. And I always say, just think of one. I know when you go to these conferences, you get kind of there's so many things to think about, right? And we talk about being mindful. Go home, do a little meditation. Think of the one thing that you can do right now that protects that 1 hour of time that you're looking forward to, right? We have control over this, guys. Nobody else does. And it's only going to start with us, right? So the possibilities are endless. Try to focus on one. Commit to at least 1 or 2 actions and get it going. Nobody's going to do it for you. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to my favorite partner.
Thank you, Cherie. And I will end this by telling you a story. Because after all, we are storytellers.
We do.
That's what we do best. So here's a story for you. You see the picture here. This is a story about 2 tigers, not just the one in the picture. 2 tigers, a man, some strawberries, and a rabbit. Interesting enough? Want to know more? Yeah, all right. That's my beep. So I will talk over the beep and tell you the story. The tiger is running after this man, scaring the man to death, and the man runs away and sees that there is a cliff, jumps over the cliff to escape from the tiger, and is lucky enough to grab on this sturdy vine and hold to his dear life at the edge of the cliff. And he looks up, and the tiger is not really giving up. So he has no way of going up because the tiger is persistent and it's waiting for him. And he looks down. Remember the second tiger? That's the tiger down there. So he cannot go up, he cannot go down. There is a tiger up top, there is a tiger at the bottom. He's holding on to his dear life, panicking to save his life. What happens next? Remember the rabbit? The rabbit comes and starts chewing on that vine.
He's having a bad day.
And now is having a really bad day, right?
Yeah.
Super panicked. And in that moment, he just feels the breeze on his face, is able to close his eyes, look around, and sees these lovely, wonderful red strawberries, the most scrumptious looking strawberries. So he decides to forget about the tigers and the rabbit, pick on the strawberry and enjoy it. Most delicious strawberries that he ever tasted in his life, and takes that moment to enjoy that strawberry. And you'll be wondering, Richa, where are you going with this? Like we heard about the tiger, the rabbit. What is this? It's an analogy. The tiger up top is your past. We all fear and live in the fear of our past actions, and that dictates our current actions. We always are scared of the future, the tiger at the bottom waiting for us. So there's always that fear of the unknown, the future. What does it hold for me? Is AI coming to get me, my job, my business? And then there's always something chewing on our time right now. That's your rabbit. And in that moment, a human-centered, mindful leader is one that can close the eyes, live in the moment, really meditate and be mindful enough to enjoy the small blessings in life. That is your strawberry. So I'll leave you with that thought. Please be a human-centered leader. Enjoy your time now, count your blessings, and keep talking, keep connecting. Thank you so much for having us here.
Thank you guys so much.
Big hand for our ladies here. I would, in speaking, TiE Women is a very important initiative of TiE, so I would like to invite our TiE Women Charter members, you know who you are in here, please come up to the stage and help with the presentation here.
And we'll be hanging in here, you
Our,
guys,
our
so you
women
can
charter
have
members,
your
Sonia,
questions.
Shilpa, Deepa, Smita, right here. This is women power.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
What a fantastic session. Yeah, don't go away because we're going to be pulling for the raffle, drawing the raffle now.
Nice to meet you. Thank you so much. Oh, this way.
Next year we'll fill.
Of course you have to go get a picture with all the lovely ladies. Slick. No, thank you. Again, another hand. I mean, fantastic job. Yes. Okay, we're going to do the raffle now. So for those who dropped their business cards, we are going to be doing the raffle. And then the social hour is going to be out in the hallway and across the hall here, so please stick around. It'll be your chance to network and ask questions of the last session. So whoever has the raffles, I believe they're making their way to the stage now.
So we have a few of our exhibitors and our sponsors who are raffling away some prizes. If you went to the exhibit hall, dropped your card, then please listen to the cards being pulled and there. And if you want to put your cards even right now, here is your chance to win some, what are we raffling here? Two $50 gift card. Christmas is coming soon. Yeah. Go ahead, put your cards in both the bowls if you still want to be part of raffle. I see a lot of eager people coming here.
Too late, too late. No.
All right, yeah. More the merrier. Please, there also. Oh, you have already picked, so too late for that. But yeah, here, of course.
Last chance. Drop your business
Wow,
cards.
look at that.
They heard $50 gift certificates,
really
and it's
want to
like,
pick
look
or
at them
do
come
more?
up now.
Oh, you already picked, so that's fine. You can, of course, you can put two. Yeah, why not? One more card there.
Okay, is that your third card now? No, I'm kidding.
I think that's it now. I think that's it.
Okay.
It. All right, I will.
Well,
I will pick.
Is that fair?
I am not looking. I'm not looking. I have no idea whose card it is.
Oh.
And it is one of our other sponsors, actually. That's called match fixing, you know. But it is what it is. Jocelyn Suarez Contreras. Chuk Farm. Is she here? Well, if you are not here, you cannot get the prize, right?
You have to be present to win, I think.
Let's try. Okay, no, you can. So we'll give it to the Chuk people on the behalf, and yeah. Okay, yeah, the business card, yeah. And let's pick another one, but we'll pick somebody who is present now, okay? Bitman, Phil Lou, are you here?
Philip Liu. I saw him earlier, but...
Look who it is.
Uh-oh.
Our own Mr. Dhaval Kapadia.
You know, he just ran up here and threw that in there, you know.
Dhaval, you just put your card here, man.
Yeah.
That's like the best return on your investment. Come on, come up here and have a picture with Champika.
Yeah, that's quite the luck there.
Yeah. He got some money to now buy drinks outside. All right, and Chuk Firm.
And thanks to California Bank,
and sponsors
Commercial Bank of California.
Thank you, CBC. They have already picked the cards, so we'll just say the names, and if those folks are not here, then maybe you can contact them. Mala Raj.
Oh,
Mala.
that's her name.
That's you, Mala. All right, come on in. And the other person, Ritu Singh from Flexstar.
They are not here. They left earlier.
They already left.
They
so
left
Ritu,
earlier. They said goodbye to me. So
yeah, but Mala, Mala, please come. And after this, we have our networking happy hour just outside. Sorry? ABOC membership.
ABOC membership?
Wait, Manish wants to talk about it. But
okay.
Yeah, so we have happy hour outside. Please mingle till 7 p.m. And Manish from ABOC wants to talk about their membership.
Yes, so we had a raffle and we have a membership, free membership given to one person, and that's Sanjeev Sehgal. So Sanjeev, congratulations.
Okay. Thanks for the membership. Okay.
Once again, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Let's go do some networking and visiting with the people here. And charter members back here 7 o'clock for dinner.